This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Hello everybody, what's going on? Yep, we have the call-in show for, like we're doing on the Delphi case, every single week. Yeah, and so we might have somebody named, yeah, you see him in the chat all the time, Paul Dickerson. He might call in at some point, and he's going to tell us his theory on this person, but he's going to use initials, and it's somebody that's already passed away. Okay, so he always talks about him in here, but I figured I'd let him tell it what he was thinking, and see. For me, it's like so many other people say that they always say, you know, I get so many emails from people, oh, I know who did it, and it's always somebody different. They're all so sure. Yeah, that's right, Cairo. I'm going to let him call in and tell his theory. Okay, might as well give somebody a shot. Just don't say the person's name. Yeah, but here's the thing, everybody. See, this channel right here is my channel, and I have goals on it and stuff like that. And I know that, it's hard for me. That's why it's hard sometimes to do, what do you call it? Like when you, I forget what the name of it. Hold on a second. Collaborations, and you're working with somebody else, because it siphons off people that are on your channel. Okay, I need the people that are on my channel to stick on this channel and support my channel and be doing what we've been doing the whole time. Okay, so that's what the danger is when you do that, because I always notice that, like, I have a lot of people that, when you have somebody on or something, they go over to that channel and then they're not back. Okay, they just hang out somewhere else, and it gets really frustrating. So that's what makes it difficult for me. Okay. Now, if there was this really large channel that was doing it for me, then it would be different. But so I'm just kind of hoping that the people that are supporting my channel continue to support my channel. That's all I can say. I don't have any other words. I don't know what that means. What do you mean I posted about who? What are you talking about? I didn't post anything, Gretchen. You're probably on the wrong channel. I don't know what you're referring to. Where would that be posted? Yeah, but see, what I'm saying is, like, I have shows on nights like this, and then when I just, yeah, right. See, I'm doing a channel with Chasing Truth, and see, that'll be cool because it's just totally different. It's a whole nother thing. But I was trying to get her people to support her on her channel. Okay, that's what I was trying to do, because her people, she would have 400 people watching, do a 3-hour show and get like $50. Like, nobody's doing super chats because they don't even think about it, right? So then I would go on there and send super chats in to try to get, oh yeah, and then her people started sending them in. But now I notice that a lot of my channel members are going over there, which makes it tough, because it's sort of like you're splitting off all of your people that you worked all the years to get. Yeah, I've never posted anything like that, what you're talking about up there. I don't know who's blocking who. I don't know who's been blocked. I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a cool team. Yep. That's the thing. I mean, I think the channel that we're going to put together is going to be awesome. It's just hard when you have crossover on your two individual channels instead of... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about up there when you said that I posted about DP. I've never posted about him. Now, if you go onto YouTube and you find a channel that looks like mine, hey, thanks Tracy, Kim A, Carrie B, LM, man, because my thing is I would be really bummed out if we weren't able to continue to do what we've been doing with the charities, as well as supporting my channel. I wouldn't be able to keep doing the shows, then the charities would drop down dramatically as well. Right, but there's a guy that keeps using my name over and over and over again. But just look at their video uploads. They have like 4. Okay, I have thousands of videos on this channel. It should be pretty obvious to anybody if they just look. I keep trying, and I've had a few of his removed, his channels, but he's got a ton of them, and he's just an idiot, a complete troll. You know. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Just look at it. And then when you see it like that, you should report it. No, you can have a pass, but you should go over there and when you look at it and you see that, wow, this isn't Gray's channel because he doesn't have 1,000 videos on it, then you know at that point that it's a bogus account, right? Yeah. Man, every week we get the Harvey Carroll one. It's just, I know it's not Harvey. He doesn't do that. I don't even know if he's still making videos though. I haven't seen any. Yep, you do a Delphi case and then the rodeo clowns come out in force. Nah, there's just people that they're these conspiracy theory wackos in the Delphi case, and then when you critique their opinion on it, they get really butthurt, and they make it a mission to get back at you instead of just saying, "Man, that was stupid what I put out." Yeah, the flannel shirt guy really did see a couple there. It wasn't a guy underneath the bridge arguing with Libby or Abby, and that Cheyenne actually really was at the bridge that day. That whole theory is laughable. For someone to literally say out loud that Cheyenne is making up that she was at the bridge that day, and that the flannel shirt guy didn't actually see the couple, he only heard them. Therefore, since it was down below in their minds, it has to be this one individual and one of the girls arguing. And anything under the bridge is the crime scene. Well, it's not. It's not. Everything under the bridge isn't the crime scene. If you're under the bridge on the north side, that's not the crime scene. Okay? The crime scene is way around a quarter mile away. How did that one comment just come in from that fake? Okay, you already got him. All right. Yeah, so the number up on the top up there is good now. I had to just put it in there. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So this is a call-in night for people to call in, and you can talk about. Well, there's Paul Dickerson. You can call in and tell his story. Okay, it's not likely to be true, but I mean, not likely to be really the person. I'm sure his story he feels like is true, but you know, I'm just not that pumped on it. Man, look at this guy. Spent all that time building up so many accounts. Man, it's wild. Well, send me the link to the to my email, Gretchen. Take the link and email it to me. Don't say, I don't know how. Come on, you could do it. Yeah, no notification. Yeah. Oh well. I don't even know what that means, 15 Lee. I don't even know what you're saying there. Mean my point about that? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the bridge is necessarily was part of the plan of the killer. I think if the girls had walked down the 505 path, he would have followed them down that direction too, over here. I'm not Capone de Don. I just cover it once a week to keep it going. Is that okay, Capone, you idiot? Jesus. All right, here we go. Hey, 513. Yeah, you got to turn down your audio.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. It's off.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
So who is this? Go ahead. Say your name.
Yeah, this is Paul Dickerson.
Paul Dickerson, everybody. All right.
Right. So I have the theories based on the friend that was in the band. So the main one for me is I call it the techie theory, which I think maybe he used computers to find these parts. I think he actually looked for parts he'd never been to, areas he'd never been to avoid being identified.
Hold on, let me turn down this. Thank you, LM. All right. She said,
so
she typed in love for Abby and Libby. Okay, so go ahead. So you have a guy that you were in a band with a while back. Maybe use his initials.
MG.
Okay.
Wait a second. MG. Speaker came on.
Yeah, you got to turn down the video.
Yeah, I got to turn it down and press play so that I can see what's going on. Okay. All right. I should be good to go now. So yeah, let's see. My main theory, I think, the most important one is the techie theory, which I don't know exactly how it goes because I just think he used computers. He had a 4-year degree in computers, Bachelor of Science in computer science, and so he knew his way around the computer. And I think maybe he used these computers, and I now think that he looked for places that he'd never been to, because
Yeah.
You know how they.
Well, listen. You got to tell this story as if nobody's following your case, what your beliefs are. So you got to start over from the beginning. Like that just seems like you're right in the middle of something. Like you've already talked to everybody, and you're just you're just filling us in.
Well, I mean, I can go back to. I can go back to February 2nd. I mean 13th, but the first time when the pictures were released, the photos on the bridge.
Yeah.
That's when I first thought, okay, it's him. You know, but then I kind of said, well, wait a second. Even if it is him, they're going to figure it out. They don't need me to tell them. And then I said, well, that's 300 miles away from where I live. So that's something that says it's not him. But the more that I learned and heard about the case, so I just kind of sat there until we had down the hill. That wasn't a real, because I always said that's monotone down the hill. It's kind of hard to pick out who that might be.
Mm-hmm.
But when the sketch came out in July of 2017, it just, not that the sketch looks like him, it's the expression. When I look at either sketch, it's the expression on the face. There's some features in the sketch that match, but it's more the expression on the face that takes me back.
But you think that they would made an expression, like when people make sketches, they just make a general face. So wouldn't the expression just be what the drawer of it, the actual artist? I don't know. The younger guy sketch looks like he's got a little bit of a smug smile kind of thing, and then the older guy sketch is just it's a blank stare is what it is, and he did that a lot too, the blank stare. And right, but they're not doing. But look, they don't ever portray stuff like that in sketches. They're just they're just doing a sketch.
It's the feeling you get, but I would just, like you say, throw the sketches in the garbage probably. But it is the thing that made me tip. Okay, that's the thing where I first tipped, and my first tip was, I'm not sure, it was a low confidence tip. I said, I don't really think this is him or anything. It's just that some things are lining up, and it's bugging me. So, and I told them in the tip, I said, if you don't think it's him, just don't worry about it, right? So, and then I just went on, and Daniel Nations came along, and I thought, well, he looks kind of like somebody. And not much happened with my thinking until the April presser of 2019, and they released more information. That's where it kind of brought it into focus for me. Now I have another word, guys, which has inflection in it, which down the hill really doesn't have much inflection. So I could kind of hear how his voice moves.
Guys.
And yeah, it's guys, and he's going up a little bit. And that, and then the video, the video is, it's like, okay, but it's jumping around so much. When you stabilized it, that really that helped. And so then I'm just getting so damn convinced. That's when I call the band guys, because we're not in touch on a daily basis, or anything. We were in a band 20 years ago. More than, I guess back then it was, probably about 22 years since the band broke up at that time in 2017. So it was like, we keep in touch a little bit, but not that much. So I had to call them, the drummer and the singer, and they came over individually. They don't even have internet. So they had to come over to my house to look at it. And they came over individually whenever it's convenient for them. And they both thought it looks like him. So, there I have more information saying, so that's when I just started thinking and maybe coming up with theories, because I was just convinced it's him. And it's still him. I'd never,
Okay, but when you when you thought, okay, this person looks like, now I'm thinking it's him, and when you called your friends that were in the band, how did you initiate the conversation? Did you say, "Hey, doesn't this look like? Doesn't this look?" I know, but let me just keep talking. When did you say, "Hey, everybody, does this guy look like this person?" Instead, did you say, "Who do you think this looks like?" Which way did you do it?
I said, I told him straight up what it was. I said, you just got to come see, and if you think it's him. And the reason, especially with Kenny, I hadn't talked to him in years, and he didn't really want to get together or anything. And I said, well, it's about MG and a homicide case. And Kenny he wouldn't budge. He just said, no, I don't want to see it. I said, can I just meet you in a parking lot somewhere and show you on my phone, please? And I begged him, and and I had to tell him what it was and exactly what it was that I was going to show him, or he wasn't even going to look.
Yeah.
So I had no choice. And that's kind of what I run into a little bit with people. They're really like not interested in seeing something like that. But if you say, look, it's this guy and it's, it's your friend or whatever, then they'll take a look. But a lot of people don't even want to see it. People that are not into true crime don't care about this. They say, well, just let the law enforcement solve stuff. They don't want to get into it. You see what I'm saying? But so pretty much everybody that I've told about it, I have to tell them straight up, or they're not even going to look at it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so what? I mean, how are you thinking that he's the person? So just looks like him and all this, but what else has happened?
Well, it's everything that law enforcement has released, which is the hair, the eye color, and then you can see a little bit of the gait. When you stabilize it, you can see a little bit of the gait. He has a very unique gait because his left leg and foot are just a little bit smaller than the right, and it affects his gait, and it causes his left hip to drop down a little to compensate. He compensates for the smaller, shorter, and it's not by much, but it affects gait.
Okay, so you got that, and then what else? You're not saying things that are making people. I mean, you've said other things.
Well, you're wanting to know ID things, how I ID'd him. And I always say, you can't ID him unless you know him, okay? It's just not going to make sense.
No, I understand that part, but tell us some of the stuff that you know that he's done that also makes him seem a little bit suspicious.
Okay, so they're just weird things, maybe. Okay, so like, and I've told you before about the 8th grade pictures. I think there's something about the 8th grade with him that's kind of weird going on and I'm thinking maybe emotionally he stopped growing at 8th grade maybe and mentally continued normally. So he became highly intelligent, grown-up adult with an 8th grade emotional capacity. And one of the ways I figured that out is he's obsessed with his 8th grade yearbook, the girls in his 8th grade yearbook. He has some kind of fascination with that.
How do you know that?
Okay, so there's a Facebook post. There's several Facebook posts that he has, and they're hard to find because you have to be a friend to see them. And I'm not even his friend, but I found him. And I'm not his friend on Facebook. And so he's cuts and pastes the girls out of his 8th grade yearbook and puts them into a group. He makes a T-shirt out of it. He makes a Facebook post out of it and just puts them all together. And then the other posts I found was a couple of black birthday cards. They're almost like a normal, virtual birthday card that you would make on Facebook, but the background is black, which is bizarre to me because it's a birthday card, not a birth night card, but whatever. It's not a crime, obviously. Okay. So I just thought it was weird. And it's got the 8th grade girl's picture posted on he would send on their birthday would send that on Facebook to them, the black birthday card, which it's just weird for me to see that. So, and then there was another one where he grouped 3 girls together, and it's unclear as to why he did it or anything, but I found it, and they're just 3 girls. He took their name, all their names begin with V, so he kind of started with one V and then trailed off their names.
Yeah, so anyways, you're saying he seemed like overly interested in his 8th grade, the girls in his 8th grade yearbook. Okay.
Yes, and in addition, he still kept lunch dates with a lot of these girls to the end. And he was happy with a lunch date, and in the daytime.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean he kept? What do you mean by that? I don't get it.
He was just always doing something like go to a daytime event or out to eat or something. I'm not sure exactly what all of them did, but I do have the one picture where they went to a Cyclones hockey event.
But these are adults now, right? They're adults now, though, right?
Yes, the grown, but they're from the class of his eighth grade or ninth grade or something.
But I mean, I know a lot of I have friends that are all married to people they probably went to grade school with, but they also went to high school with them and then college, and so it doesn't seem that weird that they'd be going out to lunch.
That part's not weird at all, actually, no. But it's just the cutting and pasting of the black and white eighth grade pictures of the girls, grouping them in a T-shirt, then grouping them in another thing.
That
where
part's
their
a
names
little
begin
weird.
with
It's a little unusual. Yeah, it's a little unusual. Yeah.
It's bizarre. So I'm just thinking something maybe in that time in his life, maybe something happened that arrested his emotional growth. I'm not sure. I can't say. It's a theory. So let's see. So back to, I guess, so here's some things I uncovered. The place he worked, they do 4-10s instead of 5-8s, the shifts.
Mm-hmm.
So he's working Monday through Thursday or Tuesday through Friday, likely. And so that gives you a 3-day weekend. Every weekend, basically. So, because people say, why is that a Monday? Or, why was it a Monday? Well, maybe that's why. Maybe that's what he did on Mondays. Is maybe go to these parks that he researches. If it's a park far away from his house, 100, 200, 300 miles away from his house, that he's never been to. It's a small town park that's designed for the local people of that town. And he's going to this park, even though he lives 200 miles away from it.
Yeah.
So, and then there's also his behavior before the incident and after the incident.
Yeah, so I think that might be your more interesting information. So go ahead and say that. Right,
so his whole life prior to that was pretty normal and uneventful. It was unremarkable. He worked. He always worked. He always had an apartment, and he lived 20 years in St. Louis before 2017. And he had he lived and worked on the bus line, so he didn't need a car. I think there might have been some times he had a car, but he said he got one stolen, and then he just gave up having a car. He didn't need it, and he used rentals. If he had to take a road trip, he'd just pay for a rental and go. And that's been more recently. I think some years back he didn't have the money and would take a Greyhound, and so I'm not totally sure on what the rental situation is versus the Greyhound, because he does visit Cincinnati a lot, and when all those years that he lived in St. Louis, he visited Cincinnati frequently, and sometimes he'd come visit me.
Okay. A lot of people are confused because I think you're putting too much sort of like random details. Like just do the.
Well, that pre-incident behavior was normal. It was normal. We don't see anything odd, really. There, wasn't looking for anything though. I guess the black birthday cards and everything were happening, but I wasn't looking for that. I'm not a Facebook person. I didn't look to see what he was doing there. That kind of thing. But the post-incident behavior, I think, is a little bit more significant because it was significant weight gain, like 50 pounds in 4 months he gained. And when he moved so after the incident, he stops working at the bank. He does data entry for a large bank. And he stops that job, leaves his apartment, and moves from St. Louis to Cincinnati into his mom's basement. And he pretty much stayed there for the remainder of his life. There were attempts to find work, but he wouldn't even settle on a type of work. His dream was IT specialist, and he's got the education, and he dabbles with it in the data entry jobs that he's had. And when he got to Cincinnati, in his mom's basement, he was telling me he was data entry. That's what he interviewed for it. He just didn't get a job. And he gave up on it. And then he went through trades, plumbing, air conditioning, that kind of thing. He checked out several trades. And then he just wound up stocking shelves at Kroger and Walmart is what the final outcome, and was fired from both jobs fast due to alcoholism. So he did work briefly before he died in 2019, but they were short jobs and fired for alcoholism. Now that's what his mom told me. And I called her to offer my condolences when she died. It wasn't anything about Delphi. I just wanted to offer my condolences. I said, I'm a friend. I played music. I want to know how he died. And she said he died of alcohol complicated by blood pressure, which he would not take any medicine ever. So he would not go to doctors unless he was dragged. He did not like doctors or medicine. And so that's complicated. He had high blood pressure and drank too much one night. And that's the story on his death.
And when did he start? So he just started drinking a lot at what time?
Eating and drinking. Well, so he was always a lifelong alcoholic, okay? He was a functioning alcoholic all those years, 20 years in St. Louis, 10 years before that in Cincinnati. After high school, he went to work. But he was always a drinker. And after Delphi, the drinking got worse. It got out of hand. He was unemployed and unemployable because of the drinking. So that was new. And then he gained like 50 pounds by July. That's the first time I saw him after Delphi is July, and he had put on 50 pounds I would say. And then he kept that on for a few months, and then by one year after Delphi, he's back to his normal weight. So he gained and lost 50 pounds over the course of a year, which I just thought that was weird. I don't know why, obviously, but he did.
Yeah, maybe depression, or he was trying to change his look.
Well, I have the picture of him when he was at his heavy point, and he's wearing this T-shirt. It says, "Pizza is cheaper than therapy."
Well, how tall is he, though?
He's 5'9", and it really varies with shoes and which leg he's standing on. If he's standing on the right leg, it's going to give him another inch, and he's got poofy hair, so that adds another inch. So it's 5'9" to 5'10", all considered. But if he took his shoes off and stood on his left leg, he's not much. Probably wouldn't be. He'd be 5'9", but that other stuff gives him the appearance of being 5'10". The hair and standing on the good leg would put him up to 5'10".
Yeah, well, I mean, it's in the range there, but
yeah, and the weight I'd say was around 220, but he put on the 50 pounds, so we're at 270, and then back to 220 by the spring of 2018.
And so, what else you got on it? I'm just trying to. I mean, I've known most of these things that you're saying, but what other types of stuff? I mean, I know you've had communication that's been kind of weird with family members and whatnot.
Yeah, they just kind of make rambling statements. It's not really anything conclusive. And I guess you could do the Steve thing on the other channel where they just break down every syllable of every word, but I'm not going to do that, you know? Yeah. So they just kind of the family just kind of makes rambling statements, character statements mostly. They just attest to his character. And I never saw him do anything bad.
But so why are they doing, give me an example. What are they saying?
Okay, I'm proud of him. That's one. Another one is another family member said he would not hurt a fly.
But who is he saying? Who are they saying that to? Like, why are they needing to say this?
Okay, after I get Kenny, okay, Kenny finds out about the big reward. That's really all he cares about. He's not even sure if the girls' names are Abby and Libby. He does, okay? That's how bad it is. But the reward he wants, and he can identify MG. He can do that. So, but what Kenny did was he got his friend Gary to create a fake Facebook account, because again, Kenny's never been on the internet in his life, so he has to get someone else to do it. He gets his friend to create a fake account, and this guy, he went around and told Facebook friends of MG and MG's family members, and he did it kind of rudely. Unfortunately, this is not approved by me or anything. They just did it on their own, and so that's when, if the family didn't know, they found out then. And this would be the summer of 2019. We're talking June, July 2019. That's when the family becomes fully informed, and that's when they start making the character statements. So one family member said he's proud of him. He's proud of MG. Another said that was one of the rambling statements. Another family member from Facebook said, and he got on one of my videos. You know, they all get taken down eventually, but got on one of my videos and said that he wouldn't get on the bridge because of his bad leg, and he was afraid of heights, and he would, if he was on that bridge, he would fall to his own death to save the girls' lives because he's a great person. And so those kind of statements, they're just character statements for me. That's just, you're saying he's a good person. Well, in my experience personally with him, he's a good person too. So I'm not arguing with that. I want to know, does it look like him? Does it sound like him? And they really didn't address it. I got a rambling statement from a family member this week. They didn't really address, does it look like him? Does it sound like him? They didn't address it all. Does it look like him? They said, well, if it did, it's coincidence. If it does look like him. And like, they haven't even looked at it or something. I don't know. Maybe they don't want to look at it. I don't know. But so I don't know how much they've looked at the video or listened to the audio. I don't know. I just know they've been told about Delphi, and how much they've researched it, I really don't know.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to figure out why they would even be, I don't know, it's just, I mean, so people are saying it out loud to them, and they're actually trying to explain it, like, oh no, he's great. I mean, who else has said it that it's the killer?
Facebook. So it's Facebook. Once they found out, there was Facebook statements. There was a statement on my YouTube channel. There was the one that said he was proud of him, was on Facebook, and because I looked at the family's Facebook accounts, and then I saw that. The other one was the call, right? Kenny called a couple of family members, and that was one of the statements they made, was that, well, he wouldn't hurt a fly. So we're just getting these character statements without really addressing, does it look like him? Does it sound like him? They're not really addressing that. So to me, the family's just not important yet. I mean, you know, and I'm not going to bother the family. I'm just going to leave them alone. You know, I'm not going to, there's just no sense in doing that. But, and I told Kenny not to, and he did it anyway, and it didn't go well. And, so, you know, whatever, that's just the way, you know, things happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think people are looking for, you know, trying to, you know, really tie it together. I mean, you've got things that are...
Look, what it is for me, the tying it together for me is I identify them from the video, the audio, and the other markers they have, which is the reddish brown hair and the not blue eyes, and that kind of thing lines up. But it's mostly the video and the audio for me. And so I have to come up with this stuff that would make it like, here's how it happened, maybe, because it almost I think some of this stuff is pretty close, like the techie theory, that he used computers to find these parks. How else would he find them? You know, and I think he may have gone on to geocache. You say geocache, in this case, people just go crazy. But I'm just saying he maybe went on the website and got coordinates and plugged them in to see where they were, and some of them are little small town parks, indiscriminate parks designed for local people. And maybe that was just his hunting ground. That was his idea of a hunting ground. And that's what he wanted to do on his day off, you know. And he may have had more than a cluster of parks in an area so he could operate if he had to, you know, because we don't know if Evansdale connected, obviously, but there's 2 parks in that. So
yeah, I don't think it's connected.
If it is the same person, that's, yeah. I call it park jumping. I think he's a park jumper, which is he'll have several parks in an area. If he needs to go to another one, he can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but what are the things? So, in your mind, you originally saw him way back when the picture came out and went, "Wow, it kind of looks like him." But then 2019, when they put out the video, you thought, "Wow, that even sounds like him more, and it moves more like him." And then,
exactly.
Well,
that's when I started telling people and talking.
Right. But prior to that, had you already looked to see that he drank? Prior to that, did you already see that he had drank?
Well, I know him. He's my friend. I know he drinks every day.
No, that he died and gained weight and all that kind of stuff. Like you already knew that.
He died March 8th. I didn't find out he died for a couple months because he had excommunicated me permanently because we got into a little bit of an argument the last time, which was May 2018 was the last time I saw him. And I said something that it triggered him. And he said, "Take care, Paul." It was almost like down the hill. He goes, "Take care, Paul." And he jumps in his car and leaves. And I knew it was final. He was not ever going to this, because I had said, and I've never addressed what the argument is on social media. I've talked to individuals about it, but the argument was that it's kind of complicated to explain, but he would not come into my house because I have cats and he's allergic to cats, right? And so he's there and we're hanging around and drinking, and he would relieve himself in my backyard. And my backyard's lit up like a Christmas tree because I live by the interstate, and there's this huge lamp that's right at the back of my property, and it just lights up the place. It's like the mothership has landed or something. And so you could see, so I was like trying to come up with something like, you know, give him a bucket and say, "Go pee in the shed," or just pee right here in the garage, or we were playing music that night. And that triggered him for some reason. And when it triggered him, he freezes. If he gets triggered, he freezes like a statue. And then he diffuses and leaves, which is exactly what happened. But that wasn't the main trigger. It was the next thing I said got him even worse. It was, and I kind of did this on purpose. I wanted to put 2 words in a sentence to see if it triggered him, and it was kids and cops. I said, "MG," I said, you got to be careful about peeing in the middle of the backyard back there because the neighbors have kids and stuff. I just don't want anybody complaining, you know, that somebody's out there peeing in the backyard. So, you know, they have kids. You don't want to call them the cops. That was my sentence. Okay. And I just wanted to see if it triggered him, and it did. And he just, we were in my garage.
Well, why did you want to test him way before any of this stuff?
I was getting, say that again.
I mean, so it was after the Delphi case, I guess. That's when you did these tests on him while he was still alive?
This was May 2018, so this is a year before the presser with more information, because I was getting more suspicious the whole time. And, you know, we had just gone through that shooting in St. Louis, the Catholic store supply thing, and he was a big, like, person of interest for a while. And I kind of looked at him for a minute going, and no, you know, for a week or so. And then I said, no, it's back to MG. And I'd say, well, these it wasn't Daniel Nations, and then one Thomas Bruce. So I'm like, my guy still looks like those photos on the bridge, you know? So I'm going to go with him. And I never looked back after that point. And I was, at that point, I was a little bit convinced at that point, even though they hadn't released the extra information. And so it was a test. It was a test designed to see if it triggered him, and it triggered him. And I purposefully made sure that I had the garage door open so that anybody walking by the street could see what was going on. This is not done behind closed doors because it's intimidating when he freezes. When he gets triggered and freezes, it's intimidating because he is a big guy and he is strong. You know, the family says he's not strong. He is strong. I've seen him carry heavy things effortlessly. So it's a little bit intimidating, but I felt like, okay, the door's open, the street's right there. He can't do anything. And he put his bass back. He never played a note. Put his bass back, and he goes, I think I should leave. And that was like down the hill. I think I should leave. And he puts the bass back in the case. We're going to play music. And he puts it in the car. And then before he gets in the car, take care, Paul. Like that. It's another down the hill type statement. And just a little succinct, low pitched statement, baritone statement that he makes. And he's, like I said, he's glib. He's glib. That's the best way he speaks forcefully with very few words, and it's hard to talk over top of him when he is talking. You just kind of wait for him to finish because he has a big, boomy voice. Very difficult to talk over.
Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, law enforcement's always looking for, they're looking for people that see the video and they hear the voice and they think they know the person. So, you fit that category. I've just had other people say the same thing with the same kind of explanations and all kinds of theories based on things they knew about this other person.
But I'll tell you what, the first time I heard guys, it wasn't during the presser, because in the presser it's very quiet. You can't, they turn on the projector and you just hear noises and stuff, But after the presser, I got online and I listened to the guys down the hill, and I just had this very surreal moment where I felt like I was on the bridge next to him. That's how much it sounded like him. And I felt like I was saying, what the hell are you doing, MG? Why are you up here? Why are you doing this? And that's the scenario that went off in my mind. It just put me on the bridge. When I heard that guy, it put me on the bridge beside him. Just in my mind, in my mind's eye, because I'm like, to say, what the hell are you doing? And that kind of thing doesn't just happen.
Well, to explain that story, that a little bit better, so he was out in the backyard peeing, and then you mentioned something about, hey, there's kids over there.
When we had the fires, he was just peeing back there, and it was in the middle of the yard. He wouldn't go to the back. There's a wooded area in the back of the lot. He could go high and pee, but there's a skunk problem here, and you get sprayed if you walk back there in the dark, because where it's a little bit darker back there. I know, like I said, it's lit up like a Christmas tree. But you can walk around anywhere you want, but the skunks can just come out of nowhere and spray you. So he's just peeing in the middle of the yard, and it is dark. But when he came over to play music, it was daylight. It was the afternoon, and I thought, where's this guy going to pee? He can't go in my house. He can go in my garage because cats don't go in the garage. Okay, so here's another thing with the cat. This is bizarre, and I'd like to get this in. Is that his not wanting me to have a girlfriend. Like, I was going to be a place where he could hang out and not have prying eyes. That's what I thought. That's what I got out of that. Because he would just cast a jaundiced eye anytime he thought I might talk about having a girlfriend. Then he'd cast a jaundiced eye the first time. That's the first time, because we were catching up. His first visit in July of 2017, we were on my back porch catching up, and we had a lot of stuff to say to each other. And I said, oh, well, by the way, while you were gone, I was married for 5 years, because I don't think I was in contact with him for those 5 years that I was married, so he never knew anything. So I told him, and he just gave me a blank stare. He looked straight at me, expressionless. And an expressionless stare is intimidating, because you don't know what the emotion is behind it. It's a blank stare.
Yeah.
And out of nowhere. So, and then the other thing, which is even more telling, is we're on the phone one day, and I wanted to tell him I got another cat, right? Because my ex had called me to give me a cat that we had when we were married. And I said, and she called me, and I said, absolutely. Because I had a standing offer. If that cat ever needs a home, you call me. And so I said, yes. And I went and got the cat immediately, the first chance I got. And so I was going to tell NG this, I have another cat, so it's going to be even worse for you if you come in my house. And so we're on the phone, and I say, oh, my ex called. That's how I started the story, right? I go, my ex called. And he goes, no, like that. I mean, it's that bizarre, that weird. And I said, MG, I got to tell you this. I'm telling you the story here. And he thought my ex called to get back together or something, which is stupid. I mean, what does he know? How would he know? And so he just, and I tried to stop him, and he did it again. He goes, no. And I just slammed down the phone. I mean, if we still had the handset, I just slammed it down. But of course, it's a cell phone, and I had to go. But it made me mad because. So
apparently, Cairo, I think, he's like all believes your story. So I mean, I don't know if he really believes it, but he's talking about, oh my God, he's got this audio. Like, what kind of audio? You have this audio comparison somewhere?
Yes, I have it. It's usually turned off. It's turned off now. I'd like to tell everybody, don't go to my channel after this. There's nothing there to see. Videos are down. And that's out of respect for the family. They requested it. I took them down. And there's band videos up that aren't Delphi videos. There are band videos up of the band playing, but that's it.
So what was the wording the family gave you?
On what?
On like why they wanted you to take the videos down. You said out of respect for the family.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm talking about Delphi and throwing MG in there, and they're just like, continue to, cease and desist. And my answer is yes, absolutely. No problem. So,
I mean, you could play it, I guess. I mean, maybe you could go to it and play it over the phone or something. I don't know.
Okay, so the voice sample, anyway. The voice sample, there's like 3 different ones I have. They're all hidden, but it's the same voice sample. It's just cut and spliced with guys down the hill in different ways. And so I kind of get better at it each time, so it kind of does a better comparison. So I have that. And, I could send it to you. I can send you a link. I can send anyone a link. I just, the family doesn't want it up there. But, if you just want to watch it yourself, that's fine. If you want to listen. People get a little bit confused because there's 24 years difference between the 2 samples, right? 2017 versus 1992 or 3. So we're talking 25 years or so difference between those 2 samples. And so the voice changes a little bit over that time. So there's a little, Delphi's a little deeper of a sound. So, and at band, the video or the audio sample I have is from band practice. It's in between songs, and it's banter between the band members in between a song at practice, talking amongst ourselves. So I just, cranked that up and isolated his voice out of there. And, it's subjective. I think voice comparisons are very subjective, and they're up to the person and only the person that's listening to it. And then that's your opinion. Whatever you walk away with is your opinion.
Yeah, it's hard to say when you got something that's so old and you play it against something newer, and the recording isn't even that great in reality of the.
So my recording is almost professional grade of the band practice, because I was using a professional mic and a professional recorder, and I still have the tapes, and I still have a tape of that band practice, and I put it in the little 4-track cassette machine that it was recorded in, and I went and listened to the banter in between. I had to turn the volume way up because the mics are set for a loud band, not people talking. So when I isolated that, I had to boost the volume way up to make it audible. but it's very clear. There's just no background noise, so it's very clear. There's very little background noise, so it's a good sample of his voice. But it's 25 years, a long time before Delphi. So
yeah, but how about your other? You talked about it before. Any of your other friends agree with you, or?
So the guys from the band agree, and they're just two different guys, with different ideas and things about things. The drummer is he doesn't want to call the tip line. He doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't want to be involved in any way. And, but he thinks it's him. And he has helped me. He's looked at the video and pointed out some things I didn't even notice. And now they're just endemic in my mind. can't even remember exactly what he was pointing out, but, it was like how he lands his feet and things, because he does have that odd gait. I heard somebody call it drop foot, where you just land a foot. Instead of landing with your heel, you just land with the whole foot flat. And he does that sometimes because of the difference in the feet and the leg. Mm-hmm. So he does have drop foot, and his gait is much more consistent on level pavement. You can see it. It's just this, I call it a tightrope walk, where he really has to wrap his right leg around. It's longer, so he has to wrap it around and throw it in front of the left leg. And so you're swinging the legs around, but they kind of land in a tightrope, one foot in front of the other almost. But you put them on the bridge, it affects that. It kind of throws the gait off a little bit. You stabilize it. I could see remnants of the gait, but it's not as if he was walking on pavement. You could really see the gait just that way, more so than on the railroad ties.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like your other band members, when they looked at him, but I wonder if you maybe sold it to him.
Had to tell them just so they would be interested enough to look. I'm not selling anything. Kenny is not as convinced as me, I don't think, because he panicked when Chadwell was arrested. Kenny panicked. And I showed him, I said, well, Kenny, here's a picture of him. He looked at that and thought it looked like one of the sketches. So Kenny is just, he knows it looks like MG, but he's also like, Kenny's just out there. He's just kind of going off the rails now, because he sees the reward slipping away every day. Something happens, like, okay, it's not getting solved, or the investigators aren't listening to us. And he sees the reward slipping away, and he panics, and he gets upset, and he yells at me. I blocked him, and so did the family member that spoke with him. Had to block him because he just kept texting me and texting the MG's family members, and it's just insane. We all had to block him.
Well,
like they both said,
but you've turned in a tip on this, right? Like you've actually called in a tip, right?
Pretty much everything I've sent you, they have, and more.
Okay, what you need to do, though, is, I would say you need to write it down in a much more organized fashion, like literally something you could just pull out every single time and then just look at the bullet point.
There is, and they have it. It's got his cell phone number.
I know, but if you have something that's that organized, how come you didn't just bring it onto here and go through it like that? That's what I'm asking, because the thing is that what I'm saying is you need something that's like bullet point in order that kind of tells the story,
A lot of that is ID stuff. His cell phone numbers, his places of residence, his jobs, it's that kind of thing. And it's not as much theory. My theories were not put together. When I did this sheet, that was the first task, when I realized in 2019, after the presser, it's him, and then later realized somebody looked him up and told me he's dead, right? Because I wasn't talking to him, so I didn't know he was dead. And so I found out he's dead, and that's why I got to go to work. So the first thing I did was addresses, current address, past address, current phone, past phone, all of this, current job, he didn't have a job, but all his past. So I got his resume off LinkedIn. I got all this.
Well, what I would say for you to do, though, is, I mean, I get what you're saying. You got all that other stuff, but I would put down in an outline form, sort of in order, and then the progression of what you've looked at that have then led you to, hey, I think this guy really might be the person. This other stuff, like what his phone number is and all that crap, nobody cares. I mean,
well, if they decided to look at him,
well, they would. Yeah, they would need that. That would just be something you hand them.
Investigators I've given to it have said, "Thank you very much."
Well, no, I know, but that's not what I'm saying. You just hand them that information. You just go, "Hey, look, here's this. This is how you can contact people." But you need something when you're telling the story that piques their interest a little bit more. You know, because it needs to be sort of laid down in a format that's telling a story and point by point, you know, and all of the various little odd moments that you had in order, when those were, and then you get to the point where you're like, and then he died, he drank himself, that everything changed for him right after the Libyan Abbey case. He drank more and more and more, and he ended up dying from drinking. He gained a whole bunch of weight, and I thought he was the guy before that happened, and then it's like, whoa, okay, you know. So that's what I do. Spend time really just kind of building a like a, what do you call it? A diagram, not a diagram, a chart, you know, or a bullet point, an outline, so that you can just talk about each bullet point as you're going down it, and it stays the same every single time. And it doesn't really, they can just ask more detailed questions about each bullet point. And then at the end, they'll want to ask overall stuff. But it makes it hard if you go from here, and then you shoot back in time.
And bounce around, yeah. And some things, like, so I gave him the sheet with the just basic background information. That's what the sheet is. It's couple pages of background information. And then my theories that kind of came along later. And I sent a couple theories in to him, just, here's a theory, but you're probably right. It needs to all be packaged into something that makes sense. I get that.
Yeah, especially for you when you're explaining it, because you're going to call in the tip line. You've already done that, but like maybe when you're talking to other people, you'll have this little sheet that you can just pull out and you go, you know, we were band members together back in 1992, and then, you know, we've been friends for all these years. That's why it was really strange when I saw the image of the Delphi killer. I thought, wow, that looks just like my bandmate. And then I showed it to other people that knew him, and they said, wow, that does look like him. Then we heard his voice, we saw him walk, and I didn't change my mind at all. It even got more so. And then you start going into what's next and all the various things, the comments made by the family members, and just various events that led you to believe what you believe after that. In order, and I think people would be like, whoa. So, but see, here's the thing. You've come on right now and done it, so what we could do is you should work on that next. Just make a really nice outline that's in-depth, and don't just sort of say, oh, I'm done. Like, give it a couple weeks or so, and then when it's just sitting around on a table, then you can go, oh yeah, and then you can go over and add a bullet point at a time, and just keep adding to it until you feel like you really have all the pieces that tell the story that is in your mind for other people to be able to digest, just like you have. Because you haven't, like, you feel really confident, right? Like, you're just like,
yes, yeah, and I just get more confident if I can be more, if it's possible, because I'm like almost at 100%, but nobody's ever at 100% until law enforcement says something.
Yeah, because you've actually sent me emails. You know, I go back and forth and go, I don't know, man. And you get frustrated and everything. But the thing is you sent me emails that have interesting bullet points in there. Like, whoa, okay, that's kind of interesting. That's why I thought.
Right, but they're random pieces of information. I get that. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So if you had put all those cool bullet points, I mean, you emailed Cairo a bunch of times too, and he seems interested in your, and you know, I'm mildly interested in it. I'm just skeptical because I've heard this 1,000 times. That's why not your story, but so many people have contacted me saying that, oh yeah, I know exactly who it is. They say it like this. That's how they look. They walk. They got pants like that. And they felt the same way you did, and so it turns out where it's not. It ends up being not them, or you both can't be right, I guess is the
right. Only one person is right, or one name correct.
I got somebody on. Let me on hold here. Maybe they're going to ask you a question. I don't know. Let's see. All right, want to stay on here and see what this?
Yeah,
is?
sure.
All right, but I gotta do my hold thing. Hold on a second.
Okay.
All right, 502, 502. Yeah, are you calling in to ask him maybe something or?
No, I'm not currently listening, man. I just now tuned in to see.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
I don't have a comment tonight, man. I just wanted to know, and I'm sure you've repeated your opinion on this before, but I just can't get it out of my mind, man. Where Sergeant Carter was talking about switching gears, and now we've got a younger sketch, and I don't know your theory on that, and I'm sure you've talked about it.
Maybe he's the son of somebody. Maybe the image of the sketch looks like the son of the person they're interested in, and they thought that would appeal to him to come forward so that his son wouldn't get in trouble. Although apparently it looks just like it is the sketch that was created first, so I don't know if there was an actual reason for it, but it is kind of odd. They switched gears, but what was that messaging back? That was a little odd statement to make. You didn't think we would do this, right? It's a little weird.
Yeah, and that's what's it's running through my mind tonight. Is that's what I keep going back to. Is we've switched gears. We've got a completely different looking sketch. Man, I wish I knew what they knew. Of course, I don't deserve to know what they know. I mean, they're law enforcement. It's none of my business. But I mean, just to switch sketches like that, to say you've switched gears. That's where I keep running that in my mind. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, it is kind of weird, like switching gears. Like, what? I mean, it's an odd statement instead of just saying, you know what, we're going to release a secondary sketch that we had. You're saying, but that is switching gears. I don't know if there was actually a whole bunch of extra meaning there. It's kind of an odd statement to make, but it could be that the first sketch, though, I had known about that first sketch. I don't know what it looked like, but I heard about it from that source that I have way before it was ever released. So that means it was in existence. It's not something they just made to kind of trip up the guy. Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's just I watched the last press release that they put out today. I was looking at it, and it does seem like very personal. Like it goes back to me thinking that they do have a guy in their crosshairs. They just can't seem to get him. You know, you want to know what we know, and he's speaking directly to him. We've switched gears on you. This is about power to you. All those things, like it gives me the I don't know. I feel like they're in my opinion they're definitely like they're familiar. They've got a person of interest.
It does feel like that after that press conference, like they have somebody in mind, and maybe that person has a car that's similar to the one that was parked at the abandoned CPS building, and they just want to know who the driver was so that they could let the person know that we're aware of the car that was parked there, and then does that person then go try to get rid of the car that was similar to the car parked at the abandoned CPS building? That's what I always thought. That's why they just wanted him to know that they're aware that there was a car parked there, and that they know what kind of car it was. They just want to know who the driver was. So he's like, "Ooh, crap," you know. So anyways.
Yeah, there has got to be some kind of cat and mouse game going on, and once again, man, I hope that they pretty much have a good idea, and it's just tying it together.
Yeah.
I'll try to get a link here to the audio.
Well, I've got Paul. I'm gonna. I don't mean to. But we had Paul Dickerson on here, and he was kind of going over his theory. I thought maybe. But I mean, that's interesting what you're talking about there. So.
Yeah, man, no problem. I'll jump off here, man. Just listen to the show. Like I said, I just got done fishing, man. I just came in and.
Oh yeah, what'd you catch?
It's a rough one this time of year, man. It's hot out in Kentucky right now, and went topwater bass is what I fished for. Went down to Hood Pond, used a hula popper, man.
Oh, those are sweet.
top of water, looked like glass, man. It was cool, but
Nothing
it was rough.
Hmm.
know,
Were you
this time
fly
of year-
fishing for it with a hula popper or just regular?
Hula pop, yeah, it's just a bass lure.
Yeah, I
You
know what it
work on
is.
the top.
Were you fly fishing
Yeah.
with it, or were you just bait?
No,
bait
no,
caster?
just a bait
Right.
caster. But there's nothing like it, though, man, when you see those bass come
Oh,
up
yeah.
and slam that top.
There's some videos out there. I have this one video where this guy's using this topwater deal, and then he just goes, he's reeling it in. He's popping it, right? And then he goes, screw it. And he reels it in about as fast as you can reel it. I think it's the Alabama bass guy or something. But anyways, this 11-pounder right at the boat as he's reeling it in at like Mach 20 just goes poof, and he catches it. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, how in the hell did that fish must have been just barreling down on that thing, because he was reeling it in. It's, when you're kind of done with the retrieve and you just kind of go and you quickly crank it in. That's how fast it was going. Just zip. If you send me an email, I'll send you the link to it. It's wild, unbelievable.
Yeah, you're right. I learned that Roland Martin is a pro bass.
Oh, I watch him all the
fishes
time.
lure.
Jimmy Houston, Roland Martin. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, those guys. I've learned not to neglect that. Like, don't quite be done with that cast yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give it a little more before you reel in. But
Yeah. Well, he gave it a lot more because he reeled in like 100 yards, and then it blew up at the boat. But anyway.
yeah, you can't don't give up on don't give up on it. Even if you think you're retrieving it, there might be something there still. Yeah, I've learned to do that for sure, especially with the top water.
Yeah. All right. Well, go get some and send me an email though, and I'll send you that link. All right.
Cool.
Geez.
Okay.
Okay. All right, man.
All right. I'll
Have a
talk
good one.
to
All right. See you. Bye. All right. So, hey, what questions you guys have for Paul? Everybody, what do you got? Type in questions for Paul Dickerson regarding what he was just talking about a few minutes ago with his suspect, MG. You still there?
Yeah, I'm trying to post a link here to that. It'll be up in a second here.
To the video
So
with the
somebody
audio?
said post a link to the audio.
Well, you can't post anything in there because you're not a moderator. Why don't you put it over here in the chat on?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, in the chat.
No, not
Put it in the
no,
chat.
not there because it doesn't have. I'm talking about over on Zoom. Let's see.
I don't know if I can do that. I'm kind of getting on my computer to post it.
Yeah, well, right here. See, there's a chat that I just created in Zoom. Because the thing is, well, you can email it to me and I can open it up.
Well, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. That sounds good.
All right.
See how it'll take me a second here to get my email up. I think I got the link on the clipboard. It's just going to be a couple minutes here to kind of wake my computer up a little. Okay. I'm sending. Okay, you should see it soon.
Let's see.
Might not be instantly.
Yeah, I don't see it yet.
It says it's sent.
Okay. So this is just the audio?
That's the audio of both Delphi and band
Okay,
practice.
okay, here I go.
I don't know who owns this radio, but yeah, it collapsed. Sorry, man. I didn't bump into it. It must have vibrated off. Hold on, tuning. No was tuning. Go ahead. I'm all right. Hendrix, right? Yeah, I do. Sorry, guys. Turn that down, man. Turn that down.
I don't know. It just sort of sounds like. I mean, yeah. There's a lot of people that can sound like that. I could be in an interview and be, yeah, hey guys, oh my God, did you hear the way? It's another man. At least it's not high pitch or, really deep. Okay, yeah. But it's really doesn't narrow things down much at all.
At band practice, he was a little bit animated too, so he's talking in a slightly higher pitch than what Delphi was.
Yeah, that's
he's a little more serious than Delphi.
Well, it's similar to some of the videos with that other suspect, or not a suspect, but a person people think is related to the guy that was 20 miles away. I always forget his name because he's not really that.
Chadwell?
Yeah, Chadwell. Yeah, he does some videos where he kind of has a higher pitch, and then there's lower pitch that sounds more similar.
Uh-huh.
Is my amp loud enough for you guys? All right, let's play another song then, man.
Yeah. See, Down the Hill sounds exactly like Daryl from Walking Dead, okay?
I don't watch that, so I don't know, but...
Oh, man, it's a absolute clone of that. But Guys doesn't sound like Daryl. So it's just one of these things where it's the same person, but they just... I mean, it's just not enough to really come up with something. But yeah, you can't rule them completely out or anything, right?
Yeah, I think they're getting rid of people like Chadwell with using the forensics. That's just my guess. Where it doesn't completely rule them out, but it makes them lose interest in them.
Yeah. What else you guys got for questions in there? I mean, yeah, at least it's not a high pitch, it's not low pitch. It's not deep or high pitch. Just
go to my channel if you want to see the band video. It's later. I mean, I don't think.
I'm not going to play anything on here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right.
I mean, people want it to be him, so they're like 6 out of 10. I mean, come on. I would say 1 out of 10 chance that's the same voice, just because a million people sound like that, like billions of people. Well, not billions because they were speaking English.
If somebody asked about a rental there, do I think he rented a car? Yeah, I think he did, but I'm not sure. He could have been driving a family member's car. I don't know. He didn't own a car at that time. And obviously he lived in St. Louis, so that's a long way away.
I guess they wanted to know they wanted me to ask you about the Renaissance, or Cairo wanted me to ask you about the Renaissance Fair deal.
Yeah, that was a very early theory, and I've really kind of lost interest. He did go to those, but I think if he was going to a Renaissance Festival, he'd be going to a Renaissance Festival. He wouldn't be worried about it. I think if he goes out to kill girls, he goes out to kill girls. There's a mission. He has a mission, and he goes out and does it, and I don't think he gets distracted from it, whether it's good or bad. That's what he does, There was a couple questions in there. He wore heavy coats, and I don't know. He was wearing... what's funny is one of the fires I had in my backyard, I almost wanted to call it off because it was so warm. It was only going down to 65, and I thought, we're just going to get hot sitting around a big fire, but we had it, and he came out, and he wore a heavy white coat the whole night.
When was that?
The fires ran from, fall of 2017 to spring of 2018. I think we had 3 fires.
But it was 43 degrees, though, on February 13th, 2017.
Right, but I'm telling you, in 65 degrees next to a fire, he wore a heavy coat the whole night.
But what would your theory be to why he would do that?
He just dresses warmly for some reason. There's no known reason for that.
Right, but what I'm saying is the warm dress on February 13th isn't unusual. That's what everybody was wearing that day, except kids don't do that.
That's his manner of dress, and he'll wear that all the way up to somewhere in the 60s. He might take that heavy coat off, but maybe 7 degrees is the mark where that coat comes off. I don't know, but on a hot day he will wear shorts and t-shirts. So, and I have a picture of him like that. But he does. Maybe he just gets cold easy. Who knows?
Does he own any weapons? Any guns or?
No, not if he did. It was something that was compartmentalized, and he didn't discuss it with people. He had never showed any interest in any type of weapon ever. He had no criminal record ever.
Yeah.
The worst I found was a traffic ticket, a speeding ticket.
See, the thing is, that's why when you're talking, you seem like you're more like you really believe this, because you're not inventing and adding shit that's not true. Like right there, that would make people go, "Oh, wow, that doesn't sound as much like it would be him," because he didn't have he didn't seem interested in weapons, Like, but if you really wanted to sell it, you'd be throwing shit out there. Like, oh yeah, well, I think he talked about guns all the time, and he was.
He compartmentalized. I never even got to meet his family while I knew him. Which was weird. He didn't combine anything. It didn't seem like. I never met any of his high school friends, which he was all very close to high school friends, very close to family. And yet I never met any of them. You take Kenny and Mark, the other two guys in the band. I met everyone in their family, every one of their friends, all of them. So you compare that to MG, he just compartmentalizes it. This is the band, and it's contained within the band. This is my family, it's contained within the family. This is my friends, and these are my friends, and this is the high school group that I hang with, and then it doesn't go outside of that, So right. I do see a lot of compartmentalization in his life, because he doesn't like personal questions. I've tried to get to know him and ask personal questions, and he will, like, the first personal question, he will give a one-word answer, or I don't know, or just he might let you know give you a short answer to your question, but he does it stoically, and you get the message real quick. Don't ask a second question.
Couldn't there be a non-nefarious reason for almost everything that you've noticed?
Well, personality-based, yeah. It could be, harmless aspects of his personality, yes, but that's what it is. It's just his personality. Like the way Guys Down the Hill is his personality. When he walks up to you, he does that one word, like hi, and then nothing. There's this pregnant.
Because like Zozo up there said, he does sound like a creeper. Well, what do you mean? Do we really know he's a creeper? Or is it just because you're making him sound like one? We don't know if he's a creeper. There's some weird moments you had, but
right on your show one time, Kelsey was on and saying she said was talking about the what they heard at the police station, and she said, well, the pause between Guys and Down the Hill is longer, and I thought that's MG. That pause is too short. That they have going, it should be Guys Down the Hill. It should be like that. That's his normal, because it's really awkward. And what he's doing during this space and time is he's got a blank stare and he stands still. And so you don't know what to think. There's no expression on his face. There's no movement other than he does fiddle with his pockets and stuff. So he could have been in that situation, getting a gun, grabbing a weapon out of his pocket and fiddling with that in between that blank space.
Well, I think there's time in there. My thing is he just walked by and said, guys, walked by, kind of glanced again, then pulls out a gun. They might have even said, like, oh my God, he's got it. Because remember, not Kelsey, Abby said, oh, that's a gun. That's a gun, isn't it? So there must have been that in there, because I think that's probably stuff that's being said between Hey Guys and Down the Hill. Right.
I think they shortened it up, and then they whitewashed the noise that is in there. Whatever it's talk or whatever it is, they just whitewashed it into, Charlie Brown teacher voice or something. Just.
I don't know. I actually think that other stuff that you hear is the crunching of the ground, but it's digitized because they're trying to improve.
What I was about to say is that when MG does that, he does the greeting. Once you get talking to him, the conversation is fluid. But when he walks upon you or you him, there's this awkward thing where he just stands still and has a blank stare and fiddles with his pockets, maybe, if anything. And I think that's what's happening there. I think he's standing on the last railroad tie. Maybe Abby and Libby are down on the dirt there, and he's just standing there going, guys, perfectly still, other than fiddling with his pockets. And it's making the girls feel just totally uncomfortable. So because you don't know, there's no expression on the face, and there's no movement other than fiddling with his pockets.
I think he said, "Hey guys," as he's passing them, to make them feel like, almost like you're nodding the cap, going, "Guys."
Yeah.
Then he walks by because they're already off the end of the bridge. Abby and Libby are. So
I got that too. I got that same damn thing that you're talking about. But when I had to stop and think about,
you wanted it to fit your what your guy sounds like. That's what I'm saying. You got to eliminate those kinds of things. The most reasonable explanation is that he walked by and said, "Hey guys," just to sort of nodded the hat, walk by, and then he's going to look. Then after he passes them, gets off the end of the bridge, he then pulls out a gun and forces them to go down the hill, right? So, and what you're trying to do is make it fit your suspect, right?
Well, I'm just saying what I would when I stopped, because like I said, I felt the same way as you until I thought about how does he act doing this. I'm telling you how he acts.
Yeah.
So, and maybe it was that way. Maybe it was the passing thing. Because I always felt that too. But when I had to stop and think about how does when he greets you, like when I had my fires, I'd be in the backyard getting branches and logs and stuff together, and he would walk around and he'd stand on my back porch and he would stand there and look at me expressionless, and it was completely harmless. He was just like, that's just the way he does, and so it's kind of bizarre. But the last time we had the fire, it was the spring of 2018, and he had lost all the weight. Okay, so he's back down to his Delphi weight. And I said, MG, you lost weight, because he's doing the blank stare thing. He just walks around, stands on my porch looking at me, just blank stare. And so I said something real positive. I said, MG, you lost weight. And he smiled, and he was so proud that he'd lost all that weight. And so it can be a very neutral emotion for him, but you don't know what's going on. If a person doesn't have an expression, then you really start to wonder, what are they thinking? So it's just a weird thing with him. I don't know if it applies to this at all,
Yeah.
I'm just kind of telling you about him now and not so much Delphi, but
yeah. Well, I think what you're just doing right there was, but see, what you said was, well, I thought of it the way you thought of it until I was trying to make it fit how my suspect is.
I'm not trying to make it fit. I'm just saying what would MG do? What would MG do?
That's what I'm saying. That's what that is. That's what that is. Come on. That's exactly what that is. What would he do? Oh, wait, me. So
yeah, I see what you're saying,
yeah.
But so maybe that's something that doesn't fit. I don't know. But.
Well, it's definitely something that you maybe thought. After you thought similar to what I was thinking, maybe later you were thinking, well, how does MG, how would he have sounded there? And you thought, God, that sort of almost matches how he would have done it, but there have been a little bit more pause in there, right?
Yeah, that's what I am. I'm just realistically thinking, like, what is an MG greeting like? Here's what it's like. He walks up, he says maybe one word, and then stands there and is expressionless. And so that's just, so I'm trying to apply that to maybe the pause in Delphi is longer, and they shortened it, because Kelsey said she thought it was longer. And I said, well, that sounds like MG. You see, when it clicked in my mind, that's MG. Yeah, the pause is longer. And so,
yeah. But
then just how he stands, I just started thinking how he stands. And so, I'm not trying to include or exclude him in that. I'm just, that's his mannerisms. Mm-hmm. So maybe it doesn't fit what we think we hear.
So tell me about so you guys have turned the tip in. Have you heard back from them?
No, I wasn't hearing anything. I wasn't hearing the word boo back from anybody. But when I told Kenny, he called the tip line. I was just emailing, right? I had never called the tip line. And I did eventually get frustrated and call the tip line. But that's what Kenny did. He doesn't have email. He doesn't even know what email is, really. And he called, and they're very short with you. That's the way they were with me. They're very short, trying to get you off the line. They want you to just, okay, we'll take your information. Anything else? You know, and you try to talk, but they're still like trying to get you off the phone. Kenny called recently, and he said it was different. They talked to him for a half hour. That wasn't the experience we were having in 2019. But anyway, Kenny has rounded up investigators, and he's talked to them, and he's had them call me. And so that's how I wound up talking to the FBI guy. And the other one I talked to was not related to the case. He's the guy that relayed our tip up to the Indiana State Police, because we just felt like our voice is not being heard. And I came up with the idea. I said, because Kenny wanted to contact investigators. So I said, why don't you call a Butler County investigator? Because that's where MG died, in Butler County. Call a Butler County, get an investigator on the line, and ask him if he will send our information. And so he did. And so the investigator called me after talking to Kenny, and he said, send me your stuff. And I sent it to him. And then a couple weeks later, he called Kenny to say, your stuff is sent, and I heard back from the Indiana State Police. They said that.
But do you think Kenny went there mainly to, like, because he was interested in the tip and hoped that it was going to be, or was he just that sure it was MG?
Who?
This Kenny guy, that he just wanted to get the reward money.
He's pretty sure, but you know, you think I went through the same thing with Daniel Nations and Bruce Thomas very briefly, but Daniel Nations for a while. Even though I knew about MG.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about
somebody else. MG wouldn't do this.
No, but Kenny
wouldn't do this.
What I'm saying is, did Kenny? Let me get my words out. Okay, you keep interrupting. So when you had Kenny, did you when you explained, like, got him on board more so? Is that when he went ooh, and he sort of went to Delphi to try to get get the tip in so that maybe he could get the reward money? You think? Or like kind of icing you out of it?
We didn't know what to do. We just made the videos and stuff. The night you have a live when you were doing that marathon, that 7-day marathon. He called in on day 3 or something, and it was me calling in. I had to hand the phone. He didn't know how to call into the show. I had to use my phone and then hand it off to him. And you still have that up. And he had only known about this. He had just looked at the evidence, okay? We had gotten done looking at the evidence, and he's just kind of like dumbfounded. And he goes, well, what do we do? I said, well, Gray's on live. You want to call him? He goes, let's do whatever we got to do. We called you. So he had only known about it for 10 minutes, or actually, since he'd only seen the evidence 10 minutes before and was just kind of freaking out. You can see he's kind of animated on your show if you go back and listen to that.
No, he called my show?
Day 3.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I think it's day 3, second hour, right? Like
day 3 of what? What do you mean by day 3? What does that mean?
Do you remember you did the 7-day marathon after the
wow, that was
April
a long time
press?
ago. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I called in day 2. Day 2 got deleted. You accidentally deleted it. So and then day 3, I called in to have Kenny talk. And then I think day 4 I called in again, and by that time you'd had it with us. So you're like, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. And so that was, and then I never called back. This is my next call to you here.
Yeah.
But and I haven't called because you didn't want me to call, so I didn't call.
Let's see. I was just reading what Cairo was writing.
But one thing I want to say is it takes time for anyone. It took me from the day the photos were released, okay? I got glued. That's when I found you. Was like on February 14th of 2017 is probably when I found you. Whenever you started, maybe you didn't have a video then, but it was like I was following the case. I heard it on our local radio on the 13th. The night of the 13th, they had a story saying the 2 girls up north of Indianapolis went hiking and didn't come back. And so the next day they said they found them. That's when I got on the internet and I'm watching that first press conference, and I find you and I find the other people, and I start watching and paying attention. But then they released the pictures, and that didn't make me tip. I thought that's him, but I didn't tip because I thought they're going to find this guy. They don't need me. And maybe that is him. I'll tip later. If they don't find him and they're still wondering, Maybe I'll call. And then that sketch got released, and the sketch just had a vibe that, like, I showed the sketch to Mark. So this is the drummer. That was the one thing that happened prior to the big press conference was I showed that sketch to Mark. I said, who's that look like? He stared at it for a minute, and I said, okay, someone we both know. And it took him like a second. He goes, MG. And he said MG because we called him MG. I'm not initializing him because of I am, but
yeah.
That was his name in the band because we had two Marks, Mark the drummer, and then we get this guy, and we said we got to call you something different.
Well, do you think that they've gone, contacted his family and everything yet? The FBI?
I doubt it. I don't think they're that interested. Like I told you, the FBI said he was going to check work records, but he may have had difficulty doing that. He was going to get back to me. He never got back to me. So I don't know what happened with that. He said either way, whether MG was at work or not at work, he was going to call me and tell me the outcome of that, and he never did. And I tried to email him back. He's never responded to emails or whatever. So, but Kenny does round up the investigators, and he's had a couple of them call me. That was the FBI guy and the Butler County detective called me. And so Kenny has talked to Jerry Holman and another Hammond, I think is his name. And he tried to talk to the sheriff. I don't think he ever got to talk to Toe, but he tried.
So how long did he talk to Holman for?
He tried the day Kenny went to Delphi, and he stopped by the Lafayette post, and it was too late. I told him go early, but he didn't listen to me. He gets there like 10, 11 o'clock. They're like, no, you got to be here at roll call if you want to talk to them, And so he's like, well, next time I'll go earlier, And so he didn't get to talk to Jerry, but left this number. Jerry called him back, and they talked on the phone. Not a lot came of that, because usually when Kenny talks to either family of NG or an investigator, he just wants to call me and just unload everything that, all the details. And when he talked to Jerry, there just didn't seem to be any details from that conversation. Jerry Holman said, yeah, I heard of Paul Dickerson. He left a voicemail one time, which I did. I think I left 2 voicemails for Jerry Holman saying, I'm pretty sure this is the guy, but he never called me back. And so, I am not that persistent with trying to get a hold of investigators, but Kenny is. So.
Yeah, well, at least they talked to him for a little bit, I guess. I don't know. It'd be interesting to hear when was this conversation?
The Jerry Holman thing, that was recently, since the last anniversary, somewhere in between there. Kenny went to Delphi, and it was in the spring.
But how did he call him back? I mean, did Holman call him, or did Kenny just sort of go in there, and then there he was, and then they talked?
No, he left his phone number at the post because Jerry wasn't there.
Yeah.
And Kenny went on to go see the bridge.
And did Holman seem interested when he was talking to him?
No, not from what I could tell from Kenny. The only thing I can even remember was that Jerry Holman said he remembered a guy named Paul Dickerson leaving voicemail, but nothing came of that.
But the conversation, he didn't ask any more about MG or anything with Holman, or Holman just returned the call almost out of courtesy, and then.
Yeah, it was a courtesy call, and Kenny doesn't know what to say to who. He just wants to call, and he doesn't know what to say to the family member. He's approached 2 family members. He's done it completely wrong in the worst way. It could be not the worst way, but a bad way. And investigators, he really doesn't know exactly what to say. Like you say, I'm not even, that maybe I don't know how to present it. So if I don't know how to, Kenny definitely doesn't know how to present it. But,
yeah. Well, I was just giving you some pointers. I'm not saying I'm the best in the world either. I'm just trying to tell you that.
Oh no, you're right, and maybe it's time. That was something that kind of has come up recently, where I do want to organize the theories, because the background information, it's all organized into a sheet, and they've had it for a long time. But the theories have never been organized. They're just individual theories, and they haven't been lumped together in a cohesive way that would help make more sense. And like you say, that is a good idea.
Yeah. Well, you should do
you know,
it.
yeah.
Well, here's what I wanted to know. So, like, if Holman called back and was interested in everything that your buddy was saying over and over, just like, oh, wow, okay, so tell me more about... Then I would think, wow, they really didn't have anybody at that press conference that they were interested in. Because if they're interested in some random person, then that means they aren't on to somebody, you know, like they think they know who the guy is. You know, like they're really confident. Yeah. If they're actually going to listen to a random story, and then you think, okay, they're not aware. But if they're just sort of like, yeah, we're just calling you back to say
I think they have people they're looking at, but there's nothing, concrete going on at all. And so I think if they did a deep dive on NG, they'd find things. But like I said, there's a problem there because when a person dies, I think their records are sealed, and you need a warrant to look at those records. And to get a warrant, you need probable cause. And there might not be any probable cause to look at NG yet. There's just this circumstantial stuff that hasn't really been organized yet. And it's not something a judge is going to sign off and go, yeah, okay. So I don't know. And maybe the FBI can go straight to that bank and say, well, you give me the records, and they could refuse and say, well, no, you need a warrant because he's deceased or something. You don't know. They have departments. Those big companies have departments that, they handle things in a legal way now. So it's just, you got to dot your I's and cross your T's. So I don't know what's going on. I just don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think what you should do, why don't you do, maybe you can come back on in a week or 3 weeks or a month or something, but just come up with an outline that you're always going to use, and you should actually make a video with your outline, although you can't play it because the family wants you to not do it. But
right.
I would just come up with your outline and then just represent it all in a really concise
I could send the video to the law enforcement.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Yeah.
But if you want to come back on here again and tell it, that'd be cool.
Right. Yeah, I can do that. It'd be interesting to see how long it takes because there's probably a lot of information I would want to include. I get to writing, especially on theories. I kind of started late last winter. I started kind of just typing some stuff up, and it just got to where I just write, and it gets so big, and I'm like, well, I just stopped because it's overwhelming, and I was really busy at the time. And so, maybe, if I can get some time, which I should be able to. It takes time to do all this stuff. It really does. It's time consuming, and you just do one thing at a time. But maybe I think that is what's next, is to write something and make it more cohesive. I've always wanted to do a timeline video, but I really can't make a public timeline video, just out of respect for the family. But
yeah,
I still make the video and send it to law enforcement. I could send it to you. You could watch. Just people I trust, send it to. And
sounds good. Well, I'll just thanks for calling in and telling your theory. It sounds like there's interesting points in there. People seem to be kind of going back and forth. So maybe, like I said, get it all in one presentation and boom, it might make a difference.
Right.
All right.
Well, I'll work on that.
Well, awesome. Well, I know I get a flippy crap all the time when you're emailing me or in the comments, but
and that's another thing. You take so much abuse from everyone. It's not just you. People just get verbally violent when you tell them your opinions on Delphi. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, or it's just you talked about Delphi. I'm mad at you.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy.
It's like
crazy
times. How dare you?
Yep. So, Paul, thanks for calling in. I'm going to open up for other calls now, but like I said, get the flow chart ready to go, the outline, and then call back in. We'll do it again. All right?
Okay. Sounds like a good plan.
And I hope your guy is the guy. That way the case will get solved.
Yeah, it would be great.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks for calling in, man.
Bye.
Bye.
Yep.
Paul Dickerson. Plus, if he sends me the outline prior, I can think of questions. Although I'm not too bad at the on the fly. Oops. So, for all of you up above, let's see, so far, during that wave, it was like Sarah Smile, Linda Howell, Dean K. Reck, Kathy Freidenmaker, Carolina T, Susanna MacGilla Podrick, Rita Schaefer, Allie Cake, One Sly Angel, Gina Burka, Amber Maiden, Cindy Leon, Tawny Lee, Jen Richards, Kathy Freidenmaker, Gretchen Wenrich, and Classical Guitarist. Thank you. I think it's about time for my my nightly vacation, though, isn't it? Because we're about 60% right now. So if I take a vacation, have a drink. Here's the thing, everybody. I have to take. I don't know what it is. I think it's possible that I have that stupid gout in my foot again. It didn't present itself the same. But when I visited my brother, he was like, yeah, I saw him yesterday, and he said, well, it could be here. And then it seems like right now today, my toe is like, I can barely move it without just wanting to scream, even though I wouldn't scream. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And the only reason that would happen is from that. So I have to take like prednisone right off the get-go here to kind of kill the stupid thing. I remember when I got it once before, it lasted like 2 months. Excruciating pain. It's like being in torture. So hopefully we can get this one the hell out of here. Man. And I think it is, because I sort of started eating shrimp again, but not very much. But, you know, when you think about it, maybe I was eating a little too much over time. And so never again for me. Well, I can't even say I'm going to have a shrimp here or there, because... All right, you guys, there you go. Yeah, I know how it's going to be. Irritable. Yep, I'll be taking the meds. I've already taken 20... It's not a big dose. It's just 20 milligrams, 4 days, like 20, 20, 20, 10, 10, 10, 5, 5, 5. Sucks. Man, brutal. Like, you just barely move your toe, it goes... But yes, everybody, if you'd like to help out the channel. See, what I was saying before is... here's the thing, everybody, is I like all of my channel members that they like Chasing Truth, and you like the new channel that we're starting. The only issue that I have is that what we're doing here... Hold on one second. Yeah. So I don't really... Yeah, I know the allopurinol. That's what my dad said if that turns out to be something where... Thanks, LM. See, what I don't want, however... It's like I put a lot of years into developing a channel where everybody's here. We're kind of on a mission. We're, helping support my channel and a ridiculous amount of money to charity. But what happens is when a lot of my people go over to other channels all the time and start, hey, yay, and they're, super chatting and doing this, that, and the other thing, well, then it cuts down on what we were doing over here. Okay, so I don't really know how to change anything like that, but that's just kind of the way it is, because I've noticed that some people will be over there, and then over the same night over here, there's nothing. You see what I'm saying? So we're trying to build up where we've donated $27,500 so far.
I hope your toe
to charity,
gets better
and it
ASAP.
also supports my channel. What does that mean, Zozo? I don't get it. On the vacation? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to explain it to you guys without you going, "Oh God, Greg, you can't." I'm literally telling you the way it works. Yeah, the So Mean one does. See, I don't mind that. Like, that's the thing. Like, the So Mean, I get, we're splitting that one, obviously. And then my channel's my channel, and her channel's her channel. Yeah, but So Mean is, we're splitting that one. I want that one, we're working on that together. It seems like it should be pretty obvious what I'm saying, but sometimes people, like, they get confused. I am sort of getting this. I can feel the prednisone already hitting me. Okay, Valentina. Thanks, Francine. Because I've been doing this for years now and worked really hard for years and years and years just to build up the people that I do have here that want to help support the channel and everything that we're doing here. And I don't want to, it's like you lose your channel members sometimes because you're being nice to other people. I don't know, it's just weird. It's a crazy thing, So basically what you look at on YouTube is each channel's a food cart. Basically, look at it like a food cart downtown, right? So if you had a food cart and Chasing Truth has a food cart, it'd be weird for me to go, hey, everybody, go over and buy her food today. Okay? However, we're making a food cart together, you see? And so that one is cool. But see, that's the part that's hard, is working through that. Because smaller channels are always happy to have the bigger channel help the smaller one. You can even see videos on it. There, people are like, well, why would I like Chasing Truth. I consider her a good friend of mine. And so I want to see her channel succeed. Okay? So that's where the conflict comes in your mind, because I have my channel.
I donate
too,
to both, but always you are number one all of the time.
Well, thanks, Kristen Cure. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's the thing is, I think everybody in here feels amazing that we've donated almost $50,000 since January 2020, right? I got another. The trolls are coming up again. What's this new name that they keep throwing out there? What's weird is these people that spend hours and hours and hours creating accounts so that they can go on and then lose them in about 2 seconds. I think that's pretty weird. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go get that Coke. Thanks, Scotty Friday Maker. Jeez.
One and only channel for me, heart.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
I know gout is such a terrible thing. My dad always drank cherry juice for it.
Oh man. Hey, thanks Tracy, Kathy Freidenmaker, Miss Frellis. I know gout is it's horrible. Yeah, I hear about the cherry thing, but I think like ibuprofen and all that works better. Thanks, Ashley. Very kind, very kind. Yeah, so hopefully you guys get my food cart analogy. I think that's probably the better analogy. Yeah, the thing is, I'm really excited to work on the new channel with her. You know, that's the thing. I mean, her and I are like, we think the same, and we laugh and everything. I mean, you guys can see it. You've seen the shows that we've done. It's just, I don't know. Sucks to have to explain it, because I think everybody kind of knows what I'm talking about. If you had your own business. Because that's what this is, right? Like, it's literally YouTube channels, except we have a huge goal on in this business to actually make a difference no matter what. Yeah, man, there's been like 97 fake grays. I know, that's the thing. I mean, heck, I donate over on her channel. I've done it for years. When she'd have like 27 people watching and that kind of thing, I'd still donate money to try to encourage her people to be supporting her channel, right? And it would be amazing. There'd be like 60, 70 people watching. I'd come in, I'd do donate like $10 and say, hey everybody, don't forget to, and then, you know, maybe 6 or 7 other people send something in, and it worked for her, you know, because why, I don't understand. My thing is, I don't understand. I mean, people don't seem to get it. Like, you'll have 600 people watching a show, and they don't even think, a lot of the people, I'm saying all the freaks do, but these other people, they don't realize that you're sitting there spending all those hours, and there isn't ad revenue, there is nothing, but we're still sitting here entertaining. So you'd think they would go, well, I'll just think of you as the tip I would have given to the Starbucks coffee guy. Yeah. Well, I was trying to get her people encouraged, you know. She had hundreds and hundreds of people watching during the summer wells, and still nobody was doing anything. It was weird. Thank you, JD. All right. You know what we should do? We've already done $1,500 this month so far. Maybe we should do 500 more tonight to get it to 50,000 just right here on a random show. And then we maybe try to get to another 1,500 in 2 days from now. How's that sound? Hey, thank you, Miss Marple. Maybe do like Texas Equisearch again. I'm not donating to that freaking organization, Jay Jones. Are you kidding me? God, yikes. Crazy. Well, that's what I was hoping. I mean, you know, I would think that like you guys would, but I've noticed there's people that'll be over there because now, you know, they'll come over, they'll be over there, and then they don't even show up to my show,
more
and
for
then
you because of your donations at the end and throughout the month.
it's frustrating.
2 hearts.
Sad, actually. Thanks, Tawny Lee. Hey, look at the new Bigfoot on the elk, though. Now I got to add the UFO and a light source beaming down on it. Might be a good mug, too, don't you think? Yeah, I thought I would do Texas EquiSearch again. Because it's stupid, Jay Jones. I mean, he's already donating all the money to his own deal. He can do it on his own. Okay, awesome. Unless I read what you wrote wrong. But isn't there a YouTuber that owns that foundation? Right. He's already. I mean, look at. What would you think, Jay Jones, if I made an institution, an organization called the Grant Hughes Foundation, or the Grant Hughes Cold Case Foundation, and on every show every month I donated to my foundation. Oh God, yeah. Okay, I was talking about something else, different place. That'd be a weird. I'd feel really uncomfortable doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna donate to Texas EquiSearch. Yeah. So should we get to 50,000 right here? All right. Texas EquiSearch. Hey, thanks, Cheryl Stucky. Alright. Oh, you can't see it. So I'm cutting off of here just for a minute. Alright, there we go. And no, I'm not making it a monthly thing. Alright, so I gotta move it off. I don't know if it opens up my profile. Yeah, I gotta sign in. I hope I did that right. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, I thought you were talking about a different organization. The one run by the YouTuber. All right, there it is. Look at that. Thanks for donating $500,000. No, I'm just kidding. $500 to Texas EquiSearch. But drama must remain on the stage. Send me, a link or an email. I'll look into it. I didn't want to do it right now. If it's something that I'm interested in, I'll do it. But I know Tim Miller, and I know how they're struggling, so I want to help them. And they do more around the country than I would imagine the organization that you just mentioned. Okay. So there you go. And then I'm going to change up the... And wow, thank you, Ashley. Very generous. Thank you very much. And Cheryl Stucky. Yeah, but I guarantee it, Texas EquiSearch does way more. All right, so they're probably like Texas EquiSearch might use somebody like them. So that's just the truth. I know that you might like them and will, bolster it up higher, but yeah. If I've never heard of them, then no. Yeah. yeah, if it was 500,000, yeah. Okay, so let me. All right, so now we're going to switch this over to. Where is it? $28,000. Alright, and then we gotta switch the... Hold on, I gotta edit this, the Chiron deal. Come on, man. Alright. And 38. And we should be hearing pretty soon on the Bibb County. Okay, there you go. Right there. So now, so far, we've done $50,000 since January 2020. Isn't that nuts? You know, I could have paid off a part of my house with that one. Anyways, look at, we got Libby Nabby Ballpark 1,500. Our DNA fund has 15,000 in it, but that Jeff S has 2,500 of that. Thank you, Cheryl Stuckey. Texas EquiSearch now has 3,800 this year. Innocence Project 500. I got to get them some more. Then the let's see. Charlie Project 500. RAIN Violence Against Women 3,000. NCMEC National Center for Missing and Exploited Children 3,700. And the Libby Nabby Ballpark 1,500. And there you go. All right. So the freaks, you guys out there, are why we're able to do this. Okay? And that is the reality of it. And that's what makes me nervous. That's what I'm like, oh man. I actually want to keep getting higher and higher and higher. You know, like I don't want to go backwards a little bit. I mean, we were doing well during a pandemic. We donated $22,000 last year, and most of that was after the pandemic started. And we helped out people during really bad times. Texas EquiSearch has fundraisers, and they weren't able to do any of them. No, Texas EquiSearch does everything. I mean, they're crazy. So anyways, thank you, freaks. And my wife's home now, so hold on a second. That was pretty funny. I guess they had this wild detour on her normal route to work. She doesn't really know other routes to work, and then all of a sudden, you know, at the very top of this hill where you get on the freeway, it was closed. So she didn't know where to go. But she got there. I didn't know about it, of course. All right, so is anybody going to call in right now about the Delphi case? Let me switch over. Thank you guys for the mini vacation there. Yeah, she just has this route that she takes. I don't know how they blocked it, but maybe if she drove, could you have driven straight forward across Sylvan? Because then you can go up to where, remember that place where you turned that weird way you turned that one time a long time ago?
Oh no.
Well, if you go to Sylvan, next time if that ever happens, you go straight through and then up into the mountains, and it puts you on the same road that.
I don't know.
Well, no, but just do that. Just go straight ahead.
After the bridge and
You know, yeah, you know how you normally would take a left down onto the freeway? You just go straight through, and that takes you right onto the road that Providence is on.
Oh really?
Because remember that's that place that one time when we drove in that time and you went woo and you just turned because you were.
Oh, explain me later again. 'Cause
Okay.
you don't want
Yeah, it's right there. All right.
to understand.
Yep. Hey, thanks, DC. All right. So, do you guys want me to go over the general part of the story again? Yeah. What about the theory that there was? If you put it in the super chat, Amber F, I would have seen it a long time ago. You ever thought of that? That's what they're for. Let's see. What about theory that there may have even been a car, just that a phone was there for. Nah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you. Yikes. You're talking about the Delphi case, right? Wow. Where does that even come from? How could that be your theory? What are you even talking about? What about the theory there may not have been a car, just that a phone was there? What are you talking about? At the abandoned CPS building? Are you kidding me? Well, we'd like to know the driver of the vehicle parked there, although it wasn't really a vehicle, it was a cell phone on the site in the ground. Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Oh, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Wow, unbelievable. Yikes. If they had that, look at. People witnessed the vehicle there. They saw it there. Okay.
Gray, you're so mean.
Because I just explained it to you. It was seen by people. It's just people trying to invent something to make it more intriguing. Oh yeah, that's my theory. I thought it was a phone inside the car. Yeah, and they just sort of triangulated and said the vehicle parked. No, look at, they know the vehicle, the type of vehicle. I just told you guys a couple weeks ago that the guy who saw the other vehicle, there was one that was a little bit more around by the curve, he was told, yeah, it was a different vehicle, it was backed in. So how did they know it was backed in if it was a ping of a cell phone? Yeah. Well, you should try watching the show a little bit more instead of the crazy conspiracy theory channels, Amber F. Yeah, we just try to stick with the known factual information here.
Gee, Walker fishing. He is mean, isn't he?
Yeah. Okay, so this account now has two theories, one with it in it and one with it out. I mean, with both in there. Okay, yeah, it was backed in, but they also knew it was there, but it was triangular. Well, no, it means somebody saw the car there backed in, hiding the license plate. It doesn't mean there was a cell phone being triangulated. Plus, this is me on, I got some prednisone in me, okay? I'm going to start lifting weights and throwing shot puts in a minute. You catch any fish, Walker fishing, this weekend? Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I've talked about it many times on here. Yeah. There was a guy. He was actually on the news. I looked him up, called him. He said, yeah, I saw a vehicle. I can show you on the screen. It was parked right here. He said just before the turn. And he always thought that his vehicle that he saw it there between, I think it was like 8:15 and 2:45. 2:15. Now I can't remember. It was 8 and 2:15. I don't remember the exact time frame, but it was like, it was still, he saw it there at like 8, and it was still there around 2:15, I think is what he said. Might have been 2:45. I can't remember. So he saw it sitting there. But then he was at a fair, and one of the officers was talking to him. He actually called me up to tell me of the clarification. He goes, yeah, they actually told me that there was another vehicle there that was backed in, hiding its license plate. Okay? So I can't tell you 100% if that's a truthful statement. Like, oh my God, but I can't really picture why you'd need to be making something like that up. Because it's not me that, they didn't talk to me about it. Yeah. And yeah, maybe they backed it up. Oh yeah? Any big ones? Or just some of those, 3 or 4 pounders? Prednisone makes me hungry and angry. Not a good combo. It gives me like this weird heat feeling. Yeah. Yeah. So I always thought, which, that podcast took from me, my thought here, that when they said that they want to know who the driver of the vehicle was, I even said this sentence. I said, I think it's interesting that they just want to know who the driver is, not the vehicle, as if they know the type. And lo and behold, that exact sentence was on a podcast. Isn't that weird? How does that happen? That exact sentence. All right, 309. Ah, jizz. Okay, what's going on?
Oh boy.
Yeah, make it quick. Make it quick. I want to go through what I was going to go through. So what do you got?
It's so quick. I'm just calling about the phone ping. I called a while back on this, okay, about the guy with the car at the CPS, and there was a guy that saw it, and I think there was a witness over there somewhere in that area. So I thought that they might have pinged on that second, more blanket ping, and there might be a burner of some sort in that vehicle. And that's how they came to the conclusion, okay, well, we got to focus more on that vehicle and all the people involved, including the witness over there, who...
Yeah, I mean, it could have been that a phone verified that there was a car there, if there was a burner phone, but, I mean, that's just total random speculation, instead of just thinking, there was a vehicle that was spotted by maybe more than one person.
Well, I do think the vehicle was seen by more than one person, and it is speculation that it's a burner phone, but I base that mostly on that other kind of, that secondary,
Well, we don't even know if he had a phone at all. He might not have a phone at all. You're just sort of, now, like it's a phone and then a burner phone. And
the reason I say burner phone is because obviously the other one would be much easier to trace, and then there was a time frame of like 12 to 5 o'clock. So that kind of made me think they might have been able to narrow it down as well. Mm-hmm. And, so there's a few reasons why. I mean, it's really a theory. It's not, it's not proven.
I guess it's always possible. A lot of stuff's possible. Like I can't say no, that didn't happen. I'm just saying that there's no information on that, and if somebody saw the
Yeah.
vehicle there at a specific time, and maybe one saw it at noon, another person saw it there at 3:30.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know. And it's kind of like, well, something caused them to make this change. And so I was that's what made me kind of just go a little bit more into thought on, okay, well, maybe it has to do with that, cell phone blanket that they did. That's not like your typical, they had to go through process to do that one. So it seemed important to me.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, so that's where I all of them kind of merged together. It's hard to type it out in chat. So, it is a theory. I've seen people say
I knew
that
exactly what you meant by it. I mean, I didn't even have to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean by it. But it's just sort of like trying to, the other person just said they just know by the phone, and you go, oh, I agree. And then later you went, oh, well, I think it's a combination of somebody saw it. And so then, I knew exactly why somebody would think that the phone pinged there. It's obvious. That means that there was a ping, and they were able to triangulate it and narrow it down right there. And maybe it was a phone. I mean, doesn't it seem really stupid to have a burner phone and have it turned on and left in your car right near a crime scene?
I mean, I do suppose yes.
Especially somebody smart enough to have a burner phone, Like if you're going to get a burner phone, you're going to be aware of you're committing a crime. That's why you have a burner phone. So why would you, maybe it was just the fact that it was a burner. Maybe it was the fact that it was just a burner, and that's what they're for, not being traceable to a person.
Yeah, and they wanted to have this phone on them for, maybe they had to make a phone call, or they had to be in contact with someone that it otherwise would throw off, I couldn't reach them, and might maybe kind of start some flags there. I don't know. It's just a theory.
Yeah.
Why would you even go out and do this to begin with? But he did. So here we are.
Yeah. Well, it'd be cool if there was like a data dump, and it turns out later that there was a cell phone left in the vehicle there, and it pinged, and they want to know whose that was, because then it started traveling away. But you'd think if they did have that, wouldn't they just track where that car went with that phone, and then keep tracking it along various highways and stuff for a couple days, and they would have landed on an individual, don't you think?
I would think that they would do that to the extent that type of avenue pursued through the law allows them to, and that's not that's not the normal process. So I'm not entirely sure. But when they say the time frame from 12 to 5, it seems pretty specific. So I don't know. That's what just kind of, led me down that way. But yeah, of course, if they could. They
said 12 to 5. Yeah.
Yeah, 12 to 5.
Except they keep saying that he was just there for 20 minutes of the time Derrick was there. So that'd be 3:45. So to me, it seems like they're giving a range that's higher and lower. Yeah. Probably higher than the time, and probably a little bit lower than 12. They don't really know, so they're just sure about a certain window, but they want to just throw that in there, just maybe to not give us exact information.
Right, and I thought that 12 to 5 was more like this span that they were requesting, whatever they could get. If you're in a position and that you think the judge might move forward, or, however that process plays out, even if they could get up till 8 o'clock at night for the whole statewide where they could follow this car, which that's not allowed. But if they could, I think they would have taken it.
Yeah.
But, maybe that's where that bigger window comes in. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm firm on this. I know they got their work cut out for them, and I know they've been in there with their full heart. I don't think these folks are just like sloughing off on this case. So that I don't believe that at all. The second that they feel like they have got this, it's going to be done. I think they're still working it, doing everything. I do trust that on this case, and
cool.
I think they're going to get him. I do.
Well,
and
cool.
one day we might find out.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Thank you. I was trying to respond to Jay. Oh yeah. There you are.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for calling in. I thought.
Thanks for taking my call. I'll see you in the chat.
Okay. Bye. That was weird. It got muted. It went. Anyways, yeah. The thing is we all know that they checked all the cell phones, because in the podcast that I did called, I think it was Scene of the Crime, Delphi, with Morph and Jess Betancourt, we interviewed Robert Ives, who mentioned that. He said, yeah, they did all kinds of stuff with cell towers. They downloaded, every single ping, and then they like a data dump, and they look around, and they look at each vehicle that was there. But what we were just saying was, if there was a vehicle that was parked there and it was left on a burner phone, well, then they would have had the ability, since they did find that you're claiming, they would have found that burner phone, and then they would have been able to keep tracking that particular burner phone for miles until they switched it and got a new burner phone. So that's the deal. I'm sorry that, I'm not always trying to oh yeah, he's trying to be contradictory. No, I'm looking at it and going, no, that's not really. Okay, so there you go. Jay Jones, assuming it stayed on. Yeah. So let me see. He left it on the whole time he's committing a murder at the CPS building. But then as soon as he gets in his car, he turns it off. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's see. That's when you would use it, right? Because it's a burner phone. You'd be driving around, making phone calls. Nobody knows. Yeah. Well, Gray, maybe he was aware they were going to be doing a data dump later. Okay. And alien, you know what? You left out aliens, Jay Jones. You left out that part. You never know. There could have been an alien from Zeta Minor that was there and beamed him up aboard a spacecraft right after he got back to the car. We just don't know at this point, but we're going to keep looking into it. I've heard that there was some very bright lights hovering over the abandoned CPS building that very same night. Some people say they were helicopters with FLIR, but I actually think that was an alien spacecraft. Okay, thank you. What are your thoughts on the initial speculation of a backpack? No, zero, nothing. There is no backpack. There's no back. He has no backpack on it. I don't think anything of it. Just like there's no dog with an outline in his coat. There's no GoPro camera. There's no paddle from a canoe down his pants. Lots of different things. The oxygen tank that he was carrying along, he was so old that he had an oxygen tank that he was carrying, and he had to negotiate down both of the hills, of course. But yeah, don't forget the bow and arrow. Yes, that's right, Stephen Kellogg. No, there was no car or canoe or well, the canoe thing I can't tell you. That didn't exist underneath the bridge, because you can canoe in that stream, okay? But there was no car in there. There's a lunatic YouTuber that was talking about that, a van actually. And amazingly, when there's if you can look at a vehicle at a 45-degree angle up in the air, you'd see the roof of the vehicle, right? But the thing that they outlined was just a blob of shit. And it was a profile of a van from the top of the bridge. So now you're telling me that the van is perpendicular to the camera and it was just 45 degrees, you know. And it's ridiculous. A van couldn't even make it down there. But it had to make sense because then it was part of another story that was told, because it was a van that was over at the meat packing facility, that therefore we spotted down below. Let me go get this retired priest on that'll verify it for me. No. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then those people bringing up the teddy bears, they highlight and they circle things. I mean, I'll show you what's going on here. Let's just do it right here. Here we go. Where is it? I mean, a lot of people think, God, Grant, you're so mean. You know what? I've just been doing this case for so long, and there's just so many wild theories that people put out there, and sadly, they're still out there. Thank you. Your thoughts on thoughts, please. Well, my thoughts on thoughts is that people do have thoughts. There you go. Well, most people do. Yeah. And you don't have to listen. Here's the thing, everybody. You don't have to respect my opinion at all. Okay? And I know a lot of you, the trolls that are in the background, probably don't. Okay? But here's the thing. I've always said, everybody, listen to this. I respect everybody's right to have an opinion. Don't we all agree with that? That everyone has a right to an opinion. However, I'm not responsible. I am not required to respect your opinion itself. Okay? I don't have to. I absolutely do not have to respect your opinion. I do respect your right to voice it and say it. Do you get it? All right. Awesome. But as soon as it's said, I'm going to say what I think, and you might not like that one. You might like it, so I might agree. I can't remember. What was the name of the helicopter? What was that news company that did that one? The helicopter footage. It's like HTV6 or something. I don't remember. Ah, crap. Yeah. Nobody remembers? Man, that sucks. I'm just trying to find it now. Oh, RTV6. There you go. Thank you. I know it had TV6 in it. Yeah, Gene Fish has been here a little bit lately. Yep. Yeah, maps isn't all I do, though, believe it or not. You know, that's one of the things I can't stand is, I mean, maps is really important in every case, and I do them on cases, try to figure out stuff because it makes a big difference. But everyone's always saying, oh yeah, he's the map guy. He's the guy that's good with the maps. As if my analysis part isn't worthy of anything. Where that's really the main thing, is after we use the maps and go over everything, the analysis is what works. Okay? Alright, let me get this one. 937. Yeah, who's that?
This is Stephanie.
Yeah, but you got to turn down the video in the background.
Okay, let me turn it off.
Well, of course, you can hear yourself, right?
I turned it down now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is that? Are you still getting feedback?
No.
Okay, good. So I called in because my daughter and I went on the Memorial Walk. We drove to Delphi in May, and I was going to share my experience because it was pretty interesting, and it really gave me a new perspective of what it was like actually being there from seeing everything, on video. So we were a little late to the walk, and a man stopped us and asked us what we were doing there, and we told him we were there for the walk, and he said he wasn't aware of it. And then he was an older gentleman. Well, it ended up being the guy where the property owner of where the girls were found.
Yeah, Ron Logan.
Yes, Ron Logan. Thank you. So that kind of freaked out my daughter a little bit because she's kind of nervous and everything. And I'm like, it's okay. He wasn't bothering us or anything. He just was just talking with us or whatever, and kind of explaining what his experience has been like since this all happened. And so we caught up with the group. And when we caught up with the group, when we got to the bridge, I realized that when you get to the bridge, it is so dangerous that this gentleman, whoever he was, and I use that term loosely, he had to have been on this bridge many times because I went probably about, I would say 10 feet, but there are certain parts of the bridge where you kind of have to leap. Like there'll be like a 3 or 4 foot gap. Mm-hmm. And I don't think people realize that when you're actually on there, that it's not like you're just,
I think most of the people here do because we've explained it a million times. There's there's gaps with railroad ties, and it's not safe to go. It's not like yay, let's go across it. But if you'd been there many times, then it was probably be if you'd done it before or you're not scared of heights. Like I have a couple friends that females actually. That when I say that, it means like a guy is probably like a construction worker might not be nervous, but they went there and just went zip right across. They're a little bit nervous about it, but they just went right across. They weren't, like Beth Moyer, or well, I'm not gonna say her name, but Beth that comes in here, she went right across it, and so did Bonnie, who went out there, and as long as if you're not scared of heights, you can do it. If you're somebody that's kind of scared of heights and you think, oh my God, you want to walk in the middle, I'm sure, right?
Yes, we did. But there were people that went across. I'd say probably out of the group of 40, there were probably 10 people that went across that actually made it all the way across. And another thing we did was, you can't, I didn't realize that you cannot see one side to the other. Like you really can't. So they did a test, like we screamed from one side of the bridge to see if you could hear to the other, because everybody was wondering when these girls are screaming.
Well, when did you go there? When did you go there?
It was a memorial walk for the girls in May. It was like the Saturday before Mother's Day.
Yeah, so, I was just saying when, not what the event was. But yeah, so you went there when it was really the trees and everything, because you can see from one side to the other. I've actually have a video.
Yeah, the trees.
The trees make it so you can't. But if you're there in January and February, and there's somebody standing at the far end, you can see them, because I actually do. Oh. I have a video where I'm putting, the suspect on the bridge, and then way in the background, at the very start of the bridge, there's people, and then people go, "Hey, look, there's people there," as if it's the same day, right? But I mean, they're like, "There's people over there. There's people," and that's because it was filmed in March of 2017, and there's people all the way on the other side And it's actually being filmed off the end of the southeast side of the bridge.
I would love to see that. You said it was March of 2017?
Yeah, and the thing is when there's trees, it blocks all kinds of stuff. Really, it's a totally different atmosphere. If you go there in February or March, there's no leaves on the trees, and you can see you can literally see the bridge from the crime scene through the trees.
And you couldn't see the crime scene. We actually went over to the cemetery, drove up and around to the cemetery, but of course Ron didn't want us on his property. We asked, and he said no. So we went to the cemetery, and you couldn't see from the cemetery side either. So, and of course we would have had to go on his property, and he wasn't okay with that. So, yeah. Yeah, but I've actually, I've never been there, but I have so much footage that if I went there right now, I could go everywhere without anybody telling me anything. Except I might be scared to cross the bridge. I mean, I've had people watching my show so much, they go there and they just, boom, there's no thinking about it. Because I literally I've shown it on the map a million times, and I have these videos that people shot specifically for me, walking across the bridge really slowly. So we pinpointed where each of the photographs was taken by Libby, like exactly where they were taken. Not like, well, it's a guess. Exactly where they were taken. Right. And then we know exactly where the killer was, because we had people go out and run experiments, and then we figured out that Libby was actually standing off the end of the bridge when it was filmed. That's not something that other people came up with. We figured this out based on this little white nodule that you can see by the suspect's foot. And then I messaged, I think, Robert Ives back then, and he said, when I asked him the question, he didn't say yes or no, but he said, assume Libby was off the end of the bridge. Okay, so that basically was telling me that, yes, that is what it was. So she was standing off. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have a timeline from the time he got those girls, like at the end of the bridge, till he started walking back to, he had already killed them and was walking toward the trail? Because it seemed when we were there, the timeline that everybody was saying, I was like, how did he do it that fast? How was that even possible? It was like they were saying within it was like 25 minutes or something, and I was really shocked. Yeah, hold on for 1 second.
But what you just said, Jennifer, isn't necessarily true, because Abby was scared of being on the bridge and her hands were in her pockets. That doesn't mean you're comfortable at all. All right, so when I think that they took him down the hill at like 2:25, 2:30. That's when the killer took the girls down the hill, like at 2:30, and apparently he was still in the area at 3:35 because he was there for 20 minutes of the time that Derrick was there actually searching.
I can't, the terrain, I just can't see how he did it that fast. And then walking back on the trail, getting back up on the trail and walking back and nobody noticing him, that he blended in. It just amazes me. But it happened, but it amazes me that he blended in that well.
Well, it's hard to know. He might have actually just walked back on 300. Right?
Possibly.
Because the thing is when you're walking on a road, cars are driving fast where they're not going to recognize any detail on your face or anything, right? But if you walked on the trail, you got people walking slowly by you. So maybe you walked on 300 and then at some point cut across, maybe even cut across at the parking area back onto the trail, and then walked the rest of the way to the Freedom Bridge and then down to the abandoned CPS building. Something like that. We don't really know. But I actually think he might have walked further on 300 because apparently there was a guy on a bike that they saw, but the person on the bike went there and back, went wherever he went and back in a reasonable amount of time, so it didn't make sense. So you wonder if that same camera filmed the killer, but from a distance, and it's not an improvement on what they've already released, so they haven't shown us. But what if he was on that camera walking by, and that would mean it was a little bit further down 300 past the parking area towards the abandoned CPS building. And then once you get past that area, there's no other houses hardly. I mean, it's just very sparse. So you're kind of you're home free to the CPS building.
Yep.
Almost the whole way, really. There's only like there's only like 2 or 3 homes. I mean, if we were going to go we'll zoom out, let me look at the right here. So if you come out at the cemetery, you walk here, you have one house, then a business that does have a camera on it, so that's interesting. And then you do walk by this home, and then that's it. So there's 3 homes, and you're doing it during a part of the day where there's not really, most people are at work, right? So.
Have you, and I'm sure you have because you're so, deep into the case, but they were telling me that one of Libby's family members, the only other murder in the town had been one of Libby's family members. Had a double homicide in the 70s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that wouldn't be related at all, yeah.
But it was Libby's family. It was her.
It was some kind of relative. I remember. Yeah. I actually talked to Becky about that, but I never. It doesn't pop up into my head because it's just absolutely unrelated. It was so long ago.
Yeah, it is. It's totally unrelated. But I just thought it was interesting because the town is so small, and what was the chances of there being there was one other murder in the town, and it was a double homicide, and it happened to be related to Becky. I thought that was like, wow, like what was the chances of that?
Yeah.
That poor family. They just been through so much, both families.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
But it was a pleasure talking to you, and I'm going to go check out your video.
Well, I don't just have videos. I have like 100. The problem is for someone like you, maybe for me or on my channel would be that I do live shows every single night, so they're always like 3 hours long, and I covered the case. There's some earlier videos, but it's been covered so many times. But there are standalone videos, like if you do the Delphi, Grant Hughes Delphi animation, and then one called Flow 3, FLOW 3. That'll show you the whole route, almost like real time, where you park, the walk down the path, all the way across the bridge, and it'll show you where each photograph was taken. Then down the hill, and then over to the right across the stream from the crime scene.
That's what I want to watch.
Yeah, Flow 3. So do Grant Hughes Flow 3. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on your show tonight.
Yeah. Well, how far did you get across the bridge?
About 10 feet. I was done.
I think I would have been
afraid of height.
I think I'd been right about there. I might have made 11. Okay, I'm just saying.
Once I had to do that first leap where I had to kind of leap over 4 feet to get to the next one, I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
Because I thought I'll get halfway out there, then I realized I have to come all the way back. No, I'm good.
Yeah. Well. Well, thanks for calling in. That was interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a blessed night. Thanks.
You too. All right. Bye-bye. That's kind of an interesting shot right here, because there's the bridge and the crime scene is right over here, right below that helicopter that's flying. See, right there. Yeah, right in this area. Interesting. See, there's that property that you can actually see. I think right there, this little tree, it's right behind there. That's crazy. What do you mean? Look at. You guys have to save look at for you wanting me to see something. It's throwing me off. These are the police officers and law enforcement parked at the actual cemetery there, and there's the bridge. Crime scene's right down here, a little bit closer to the camera. Right in there. And at some points you can see the flash of a camera of them taking pictures at the crime scene. It's really bizarre, but. They do talk on here sometimes. Yeah, so what people do sometimes, though, they'll go like this. Oh, wow, ooh, 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 ooh. Look at that. It's a dinosaur. Now, if I can just zoom in on this, right there, you see the head and then the neck of it? More like a duck. See the bill? Yeah. All right. Let me get the... That's what they did with the teddy bear bullcrap. And it wasn't even near the crime scene with the teddy bear. The little thing that they... you know when you look at clouds, you can see a teddy bear? Right? You know how you can see a teddy bear in the clouds? That's what they were doing with these trees. 415. Hello. Hello, who's this? Yeah, what Jennifer who? Like, are you in the chat? Or?
Jennifer.
I mean, are you in the chat all the time? There's a whole bunch of Jens and Jennifers.
Yeah, no. I just wanted to say that I think your work is incredible. I think you're absolutely brilliant. Your animations are genius. You're just amazing. I fell in love with your Jody Arias videos.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, you're really amazing, and
well,
I
hold
just
on.
want to thank you so much.
I'll send you the check in the mail. Okay, thank you. No, I'm just
please
kidding.
Do. Yes,
just
yes.
kidding.
No, no, I'm serious. I think your work is amazing, and it's multifaceted, and you're totally. I'm an artist, and I'm just really inspired by you, and I also think your passion with this case is really great, and I'm just. Yeah, I think you're really one of the only crime channels that I trust. You know, all these other wackadoo theories coming out, and I'm like, gotta go with you because you're logical. You know, it's a really good combination of passion and logic.
Well,
so
thanks. That's
why I
wanted
to thank you for all your work.
Well, thanks. I mean, every once in a while, the crazy thing is a true thing, but. It's always better to go with what's more reasonable, and then be surprised by something crazy. You know,
Exactly.
going with the crazy to start with is not a good way to do anything. You know?
Right? No, but truth. I mean, yeah, there are things that could be true, or crazy things will be true once in a while. But yeah logic but also passion and just what you do for their families, it's just amazing. I mean, it's just, I think you're just an inspiration. What can I say? It's really great.
Wow, it's almost like I feel like Willy Wonka in that once. You know when Charlie put down the everlasting gobstopper back onto the desk of Willy Wonka? Do you remember that? Like right at the end of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the original.
The very end?
Yeah,
I know the Gene Wilder, right?
Yeah, Mr. Slugworth had all the kids, hey, steal this gobstopper.
Yeah.
And he set it down on the table, and then Willy Wonka turned to him and said, "And so shines a good deed in a weary world." And so that's what your call is kind of like to me, because there's so many trolls that always show up, and most of the time we do these shows, it's always negative stuff, and then there you go. A positive, uplifting comment by somebody. Thank you.
Really? Yeah. I mean, are there that many trolls? I mean, I know there are tremendous amounts, but I mean, is it that bad, or?
Well, yeah. Like tonight, we had to block probably there's an account that uses my image, my name, and they create like 20 of them, and they go around and make comments on videos, and it seems like it's me, but I'm not doing it. Okay.
Okay, that's insane.
So we've had to block like 20 of those and about 5 other people, and it's just every night.
I think I heard the other day someone accused you or turned you in or something. Like, what was that?
Oh yeah. It was early on in the case. Here's the irony of it is that they would go, "Oh God, Gray doesn't know anything. And then he doesn't know shit, man. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything. And, all the time. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's this and that and the other thing. And then they turned me in on the Delphi Facebook page and said, this guy knows too much. So I just said, you know what?
Oh my God,
this is great.
yeah.
And I posted my videos. It was my very first flow video. I called it flow, but the term isn't flow in there. And that's the video that apparently one of the officers looked at that video and went, wow, this is interesting, and forwarded it to Robert Ives and other police. I mean, they actually remembered getting the video, and they were like, wow, that's such a good theory. That's like exactly what,
Oh my God, that's great.
And so then Robert Ives contacted me and told me that if they make an arrest, maybe they'd hire me to make the graphics for explaining how things went there. Like the flow of the crime, I call it. So it worked out for me, even though they turned me in.
It worked out for you.
Yeah. You got to turn it around on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's incredible. That's
it was
very
kind of
funny.
neat.
No,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the video. I mean, sorry, the computer, the animation of the two of them walking over the bridge. It's walking it, before it happened. It's so poignant, and especially from when Abby is walking, and it's like her back is to you, us, the viewer. And she's kind of like, her head is looking back and forth. She's like kind of looking around at all the nature. And there's something just very poignant about the way she's moving.
Yeah.
Even though it's just this computer animation.
And it was me. I'm the one. See, I actually bought this software where I have to wear, I wear gloves and a hat. And they all have the Sony Move on it. And then this program, it's crazy. It actually captures your movement. So I had to pretend that I was walking along the bridge, and it recorded my movement and then applied it to the character. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Oh my God! No, I didn't.
Motion capture.
Jesus, no, I didn't. It's very. I mean, every time I watch it, and I watch it a lot, just to see exactly, and it's very. It just right at that moment, I start to get. It's just very. It just so impactful. Just I don't know. I don't know how to describe it without.
Well, Becky actually told people to watch that video if you wanted to see something very close to what happened.
Yeah.
That they got to watch. So they got to watch the video, and she would tell people to watch mine if you want to see. Like, that's pretty close. Okay, so you could take that for what it's worth, but she actually saw it, so.
No. I mean, it's just the way everything lines up, and the way you see these intricate little like lines and bumps in the wood, and it's incredible.
Well, the crazy part is that was actually the real video of a bridge, but in 3D Studio Max, I had to build a 3D fake bridge and put it down, and then there's something you can do when you're rendering it that it only records the shadows. So when you watch it, the shadows look like they're going up and over the side rails. It's just so. Wow. That was it's so hard to do it, but it worked. You can see a couple, like, it's not quite on it sometimes, but it was good enough. Yeah.
Did you go to art school? Just any chance?
Yeah, I went to the Art Institute for 2 years in animation and media arts, and then I said, I was on the dean's list, but I went out and tried to do it on my own, and they worked as a
that's great.
Videography, and it didn't really work out, but it's weird how everything now is kind of playing back into what I learned back then.
Then, yeah, and Art Institute, you don't tell me.
Portland. Well, I live in Portland. Portland.
Oh, okay, Portland. Wow, yeah, I thought there's no way this guy didn't go to art school. There's just no way. I mean, there's too much, even though it's all computer, and I know nothing about animation, and but it's just too detailed and too, I don't know, just I can't, just the eye that you have, you have to have a really sharp eye. I don't know. I went to art school as well, but I don't know shit about.
Yeah, it helps out on a lot of things that people aren't aware of, especially like visualizing dimensional space, and you can see things that other people can't see. You know.
And you have to have, I mean, it's like you have to have a blend of like that, you know, the technical and I don't know, artistry. I don't know what I'm saying. It was so silly, but I mean it. It's just that moment where that you have the suspect walking towards the girls really quickly, and you can see it sort of as they're looking. That moment is just, it's very hard. It's just extremely heartbreaking, but you did a really great job, and I'm sure they're so indebted to you. I mean, their families must be like so.
Well, I think what they probably would like me about is that I try to keep the real information out there. You know, not the I try to debunk stuff,
which is so important, because then once things just kind of just takes on a life of its own and just gets out there, and it's really bad. Yeah, no, and they just seem like Kelsey. She just seems like really an amazing person, and
yeah, she's awesome.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm taking up. I'm sure there's a lot of other people who want to.
Well, hey, I appreciate you calling in and being so nice.
Yeah, No, I mean it. And keep up the great work. And just, you are appreciated, very much so.
All right. Well, thank you. Awesome.
All right.
Thanks for calling in, Jennifer.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Sure.
Yeah. Well, that was nice to have a nice comment. See, right, this is the crime scene right here. That was about the closest shot I've seen in there. It's right in there. Right in there. There's the bent tree. This is the property right here that you can see the crime scene from. Right there, through the trees, right there. And so that's it. It's right behind like these trees right here, back in there, right in there. All right, 8:59. You're on. Pretty good. How are you doing? Who's this? Not bad.
I joined the conversation a little bit late with Paul with MG. I think he kept referring to MG or NG.
Yeah. That was St. Louis.
As you were saying, well, not just you, anybody in general, in terms of the car at the CPS building or whatever they're calling it, that the person backed in to try to hide his plate.
Yeah, that's what another person who saw another vehicle was told. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that kind of further validates to me that it was probably somebody from Indiana, because Indiana doesn't require a front license plate. In Missouri and Ohio, they both require front license plates.
Yeah, I asked about that to somebody when I was talking to him. I go, so you don't have to have a front license plate? Because I think here in Oregon, you have to have a front and a back.
Yeah, I think there's 31 states that require front license plates, and 19 that don't. But no, I just thought that was interesting. Only other thing I had for you just to talk about tonight was in terms of the sketches. I know a lot's been made of the sketches, and you're not a big sketch person at this point. Neither am I, by the way.
Yeah.
Just observation that I had on it regarding obviously the first sketch they released. It's sort of my opinion. The older guy on the bridge. I mean, I had heard they used NASA and Pixar to try to, optimize that image and to do the best they could. I don't know if they got them to do it or not. And then they come out with this second sketch in 2019 of the younger guy. It's just kind of my opinion that, they got that second sketch. That was the first one they made, correct? They actually had that. They were sitting on that sketch for a couple of years.
Yeah. It was made like 3 days after, or 2 or 3 days after the murder.
Right. Sort of my opinion. I can't really go into details on it. That I think who they got that sketch from, I don't think they totally bought into them on who they got that sketch from originally. And they had to obviously decide, do we want to use this depiction that this person's saying, or do we just want to take a shot at releasing the sketch of the video from Abby and see which one works out.
Well,
better.
the sketch that they released was almost solely done off of the video, and maybe a little bit of witnesses. But the one that they released first was almost solely done off the video and what they think they see. Isn't that crazy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where I've heard other things about that.
Yeah.
In terms of the younger sketch, we'll call it the younger guy. I personally think they got that from somebody.
Yeah, that was from witnesses. They got that one from witnesses, but you never really know if that was the. They just got that one first, and then they thought, God, that doesn't look anything like what we see, like every one of us, right? When we watch the video, you see somebody that looks like, unless, people will go, oh, no, I see somebody that's 20 because they want to be part of the younger image, but nobody with a right mind looks at that video and thinks that the person looks 20. Okay, they look like they're, 35 to 50. There's some older age in there. It looks like he even had a little graying goatee on him, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking into some stats on that. What is it, like a 10% ratio on police sketches in general? But interestingly enough, they say that younger people, typically children or teens or someone in that range, can often provide better sketches. I'm not sure if I understand the data behind that, but that's just some things that I researched on it. And I don't know, sort of my hypothesis is, between, the killing in 2019, I think something changed. And personally, I think they know who the killer is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they can tie it to him. And obviously once you...
Yeah, they definitely could have. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that something changed. I think they know who the guy is, especially with was it Doug Carter's how aggressive he was in that conference.
Yeah, or they have somebody that they really suspect and they're watching. They want to see how he's going to react to. Because I thought, like, when they in the press conference when they basically said, listen, we know the type of vehicle was parked there, and internally they're like, our suspect has that type of vehicle. And then, but we're just going to say, we want to know who it is. And then that guy's paranoid. They think if he's paranoid enough, he might go sell that car really quick or get rid of it. And they're monitoring that situation. Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think they've been following this guy for a while because what was it Doug Carter had said in that conference or another time that they do not believe the person is a threat to society. I mean, that's a pretty bold statement to make, from someone who just killed two little girls, and to come out and say that. And it sounds like he was right though, because obviously nothing's happened in Delphi since, at least that I know of. So I think that the guy who did this, he knows that the cops are onto him. But as soon as they press charges, the clock starts, and they don't have obviously the key evidence they're looking for to press charges. That's why they continue to look for this one piece of evidence they keep referring to.
Mm-hmm.
I think my only frustration is that with the information that I've heard that I can't necessarily go into, I think that first sketch of the younger guy, I think they weren't sure if they wanted to use it based on who they got the information from. And I kind of wish they would have from the start. And I think they did draw a parallel eventually to that guy in the first sketch a couple of years later. And now they're saying that, this guy is the prime suspect. But I don't think they believe that from the start.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to know exactly. That makes sense, though. Maybe they further intel made them think it was this younger person. But I think I don't think anybody before the young sketch was released, I don't think anybody watching the video, unless they're going to try to be dishonest and try to pretend that they're really sleuthy, thought that the person in the video looked like that they were 20. Okay? I don't think there's a soul out there that looked at that video thinking, he looks like he's about 20. No chance.
Right.
There's no chance. Okay? No, there isn't any comments ever made anywhere of anybody that ever thought that.
Right. No, I agree with that, definitely. Like I said, I think that, I mean, you do more true crime than I do. Could they use two sketches in an investigation? Is that commonplace? Have you seen that before? Like right off the bat? Or they've had to pick between one or the other?
Oh, well, there was a case that we, the case of Son of Sam. They had like they had like 4 different sketches, and that's what, I just watched that documentary, Sons of Sam. It was really interesting. There was these completely different sketches on three of the murders, and then later on, they're actually saying it was this cult almost. I mean, it was really interesting, though. You had to watch it, but that each one of those people was a different person, and they looked exactly like these other people that the killer knew, Berkowitz. You know? Pretty crazy. So yeah, but in general, no, you don't see that too often. You know, that was just
that's what I was wondering, because that's, you know, like I said, I'm not here to bash law enforcement or anything like that, but I kind of wish they would have went with the original sketch from 3 days plus the sketch from the bridge as well. Maybe it could have led to more information. I just don't know if they trusted from what I've heard, the person who gave them that first sketch information. I don't think they were using a video off of the younger guy. I think they were using that from a person who gave them that information from the sketch.
Yeah, not at all. That sketch is solely based on. It might even be one or two people that saw that person. They just didn't think that person was the person.
Yeah, I credibility or just whatever. They didn't trust it at the time to, you know, do dual sketches, if you will. And then, you know, now I do think they caught on to something along the line, had that aggressive press conference where they probably thought, okay, this is the sketch that we need to use that this person was telling us 2 years ago. And then, you know, hopefully we can get that next piece of evidence. But I was just calling to talk to you. I haven't called in a month or so. Just want to say hey and kind of give my 2 cents and say hello to the freaks.
It was interesting. Thank you. I was nervous that you might have been a troll right off the bat, because almost every guy that calls in.
Not me, man. Well, you have a good night, Greg.
All right, have a good one. See you. Bye. So, did you actually get to watch the fight, Cairo? Where did you watch it? You actually paid the money to watch the fight? He's actually a pretty good boxer, isn't he? I mean, it's kind of strange that a YouTuber would just turn into a good boxer out of nowhere. And what does that mean for me? Do I get super chats? Is that darn it. All right, 503. Hello. 503. I can hear you cooking dinner. What are you talking about, Zozo? God, just. Oh, okay, Monday. Are you there? 503. Yeah. We've just all been waiting for you. Yeah, you got to turn off the audio from the show. You can't use that. You got to use your phone.
How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How about now?
Well, we could hear you. We could hear you just clicking around for 10 minutes. You know, it was just like.
Oh, sorry, Gray.
Well, maybe not 10 minutes, but like 30 seconds. Yeah, what's going on?
Anyway, it's Jen Richards. Good to talk to you.
You must live in Oregon then.
I do. Well, I did, but I live in Tampa now.
Oh, that's right. You moved. I remember that.
Here.
You were going to move.
Oh my God, so many bugs.
Yeah.
Ugh. Anyway, 2 questions for you. 2 different topics. Your opinion. Ready?
Yep. All right, here we go.
First one, Libby holding her phone by her side and in her pocket. Do you think that she was just taping Abby, or do you think she actually was getting BG?
Yeah, I think she turned it on to film him. That's why she held it low down by her side. There wouldn't be a reason to do it that way if she just was randomly filming Abby and then this guy shows up in the scene, right?
Right.
Okay, so there's that one. I got that one. What's the other one?
Okay, second one really quick. With the other case, with the hikers in California, with the dog and the baby. Do you know or do you not know if the dog was tethered or leashed to the man, to the husband?
No, nobody knows.
Because that would explain a lot. Nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows the answer to that one. It's just people say they saw it somewhere in a comment somebody made, but I haven't seen it in an actual report anywhere. by police.
When do you think they're releasing that? Like 3 to 4 weeks?
I don't know. It seemed like they would have had a press conference already. Seems like.
Such a strange case.
Yeah, it would explain why the dog would have been with the dad if he was leashed to him. But, you know, it's weird how they must have all been huddled up at some point, and then she tried to make like one last attempt or something. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, with the baby in the carrier too. That's strange. That the baby's not attached to the human, but still in the carrier, and the mom is kind of far away. Seems a little strange, you know. But anyway, Gray, I love you. First time calling in.
Hey, let me ask you something though. What? Oh, thank you. What made you leave the like Oregon? I mean, not that it's a great place to live or anything, the town, the city, Portland, but what made you go to Florida?
Portland was horrible.
Yeah, there you go.
Oregon is fantastic.
Yeah.
Portland, honestly, where I lived, Gray, it was so overrun by the whatever you want to call them, like street people. I don't know. I don't want to be offensive, but it was really dangerous.
It's a nightmare.
And it changed. I lived there for 13 years, and everything changed. And moved out to Florida. Florida is not that great.
But you moved about as far away as you could possibly go.
Yeah, right, Gray, right.
Yeah. Well, Portland's cool if you don't live in the city or anywhere near the actually downtown part of it. You know, like you have to kind of live on the southwest side. You have to live because it's just right now it's a nightmare. It's like tent village. You know, drugs everywhere, crime. But you went as far away as you could possibly go. Right.
I agree with you. It was drugs. It was crime. I've seen so much. I used to live actually by the Lloyd Center. I know a lot of the freaks. I love you freaks, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really dangerous. Coming back, but I'll be living in Albany, so kind of.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. All right. So what? You're just going there for a short amount of time and then coming back?
Yeah, I came out here for contract work. I work in human resources, and
cool.
I'm ready to come back. So end of September, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll let you go. Get to another calls. I love you so much, and I love the freaks. They're so nice.
I was like, I wasn't even sure what you were because it was like there was like about 30 seconds of delay, like it was just you clicking around in the background doing things. But you must have a long delay on your phone to the video. I'm so wary of trolls on Delphi night. I just never know. You know, that's the problem.
I totally understand. I think there's a delay. I'm delayed on chat anyway. So
yeah. Well, anyways, thanks for
great work.
Thanks
Ray.
thank you. Well, thanks for the nice words again. Hey, 2 nice words one night, man. That's amazing.
I love you guys. All right. Good night, freaks. Good night, Gray.
Right,
thank you so much.
See ya. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Jen Richards. That was nice. I'm going to turn off the...
Recording stopped.
It always records, just like the show does. Yep. So... It's kind of interesting, like that's the crime scene right there. Right back, right in the circle that I'm doing right here. Right there. And they were actually talking on the audio saying, hey, don't zoom in on there, don't go there. Yeah, Portland just turned into a shithole, and it's all politics, and it's just sick. It's embarrassing. Yeah, this footage came out. This is the day they were found. Okay, so that's how soon this is. This is right then. And so there's the crime scene's right over here. As a matter of fact, you can see sparkle right there. Watch up in this area. There's sparkling of crime scene tape at certain points. There's the bent tree that I always bring up. I guess you couldn't see that sparkle. Okay, watch in here. Yeah, crime scene's right around in there. Right there. They're just over the top of there. Yeah, the city, the state is. The city isn't beautiful at all right now. It looks like something out of Mad Max. It's a joke. Yeah, so look, it's right in there. See if you can see those flashes. Man, you got why? How come you're so into those boxers, Cairo? I mean, I've never seen anybody so interested in that stuff. Isn't the smaller of the two better? Like he's actually has the skill. But they both seem like they're pretty good. I mean, but I don't really spend any time watching or. What are you talking about? You're guessing what's a walking trail?
Thanks for all you do on a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly basis. You are incredibly generous and it's inspiring. The special family bond you've made here with the freaks is amazing. Jake Paul should have been slept.
Well, thank you. That's very kind. Thanks, D&K Rick. Oh, you won 2,000? Where did you bet the money? It's pretty good. So you bet on. Who did you bet on? No, that's not a walking trail. It's a driveway. It's a private drive. Yeah. So nope, you bet wrong. Here, let me go back here. These are police cars pulled up onto the private drive. This one always, it was weird how it pulled up into the hill there, but it did. So. It's right here, look. See, this is a private drive that goes all the way around, and you're looking at the vehicles. I actually marked where the law enforcement vehicles are parked, right on this area right there. And that's it. So, there's the answer. All right. I'm just reading some of your comments at the same time. So you can see the people in the water with the white helmets through the trees. And this is where people would pause it and then grab clumps and say, look, it's a teddy bear. It's really idiotic. There isn't a 9-foot tall teddy bear out there, everybody. Well, you know, I can't for sure say it, but I would bet $1 million there wasn't one. Hey, thanks
for
Jen.
taking my call at Gray.
Oh,
you
yeah.
and the freaks are the absolute best. Heart, heart, heart.
Well, thank you, Jen. You should call in more. I like the way you did it because I had just some questions I can answer. But you can also call in and say what you're thinking, too. You know? Wait, hold on. I think this might be where the camera flashes. Hold on. It's crazy. You can actually see him. Hold on. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, but they said that they were near the girls, and I went and found where they got it. They got it off this helicopter footage, and it was nowhere near them. When I say nowhere near, I mean it was like hundreds of yards away. Okay? It wasn't anywhere near it. So, what a load of crap. All right, there. Boom, boom, boom. Here, watch that. Watch this. Watch this. It's crazy, everybody. I'm going to show you this. Watch right where I'm going to circle here. Can you guys see my mouse pointer here? Here, I'll show you here in a second. That's quick, rapid fire flashing. Like, okay, look right around in like this area right there. Boom, right there. See that? They were right there. You saw it again. So I'll go back just a little bit. Right in there. Have to move it back a little bit. Further. Okay, right, let's try that. Watch for it again, and then you'll know pretty much where the crime scene is. Okay, it's after this. So let me look at the time. 17:59. Okay, look right around this area. You'll see it in here in a second. Ah, crap. So you can actually hear the guy in the background, but you have to boost it up. Okay, here it comes. 17:30. Right there. Boom, boom, boom. Right there. So 17:36. Right there. Can you guys see that bright thing right there? See that? Tell me if you guys can see that bright spot right there. Okay. So now that you see that spot, let me rewind it just slightly and look right there, okay? Look right in that spot. Watch this. Here we go. So it's right about there. Yeah, you could see it. Boom, 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 boom. Let me go back to about 35. Now watch right in there. Bing, 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 bing. Right in that spot right there. And then a couple more. Ding, ding, ding. So that's the crime scene right there. Right through those trees in a straight line. So hopefully you guys could see that time. You know what we could do? Let me do something else here. So that was at 17:37. All right, here we go. I'm going to do this. All right, here we go. So now I'm going to move it to 17:37. Okay, so here it is, 1737-ish. There we go. Gonna be right in this area. I can see his flash starting. Right here, watch. Boom, boom, right there. See it? That's definitely not a natural object. It's a flash right there. See that? 1737. Then you keep clicking. Then boom, there it is again. 3, that's a third flash. And then it pauses for a second. And then you'll see a little bit more, one more or so on the edge up there. There it was. Right off the edge of the screen right there. Pretty crazy. And so it shows you that it's through the trees near this area right there. And look how close that is to the edge of the water. And they're avoiding filming the crime scene intentionally. And that helicopter, I don't think they're hovering right over it because it's closer to the shore, but they are hovering there for a reason. People would take these and go, look, there's a car, there's a car, there's a car. Yeah, they're all parked at the cemetery. But hey, good eye there. I did debunk that one too at one point. And so that helicopter right now, the crime scene again is right there. Actually, a little bit further. It's right. This is the tree right here. It's right back in here, not this one. So there's the bent tree, and then it's across from there in this clump of woods right here. Now, if you look at this, you can see the bank isn't as high on downstream from at the end of the sandbar. It's kind of the bank's lower, but over here it gets high and steep. Like these videos here really help out a lot because you can get the layout, see everything, especially if you've already seen the maps and know everything. Did I miss Plato? Well, thank you, Plato. I didn't see it. Oh, yeah. So thank you to Charleston Amy and Mag on PayPal. Very generous. Thank you both. Really appreciate it. Here, I'll move it back to the bigger screen. Is this helpful having it a little bit more like this, cropped, or is it full screen better? It's a little bit bigger for sure. There you go. All right, I'll be back in a second. They might have actually cut this part out right here. Because it's definitely recording. Or it could have just... the video froze. Oh, I don't know. I think what happens sometimes LM gets in an argument and then doesn't let it go and then keeps arguing later, but you know, a lot of times she's a decent person to have around here. I'm just saying, you know, hey, this is like one of those families, you know, where every once in a while there's this person that's really, you're getting and you're irritated one night, right? And then the next night everybody's normal again. Isn't that the way it works, LM? Yeah. Yeah. Like some nights, I piss everybody off. Then the next night, I don't piss everybody off. I know, I've been watching. It's a lot of... She doesn't do that on the other channel that she loves so much. But on here, she's always doing that. I'm not sure what's going on there, but... Let's see. I bet if everybody just quit everything talking... I mean, I understand the angles here, everybody. I just don't want to keep having to deal with it. You know, what's really interesting, LM, is on the other show earlier, you said, Gray, this isn't your show. You know, you need to stop arguing, when this other person was lying that I blocked them from a channel. Okay, now you're over here creating drama on this channel, and it's okay now, right? But why wasn't it okay over there when I was trying to defend myself? And I only did it for a minute. I don't get that part. It's interesting. I mean, you actually called me out over there. Yeah, so it's not okay what you're doing, LM, so quit doing it, okay? Thank you. Right. And you know what's funny? When I was on the other channel, I was on Chasing Truth channel, the person said, Gray, you blocked me. Man, you're this and that. And they started cussing at me. And I go, well, you probably said something really stupid over there. And she goes, no, I didn't. So I went and signed on, and she's not even blocked over there. So this whole argument happened over something that didn't even exist. It wasn't even something that happened. And then I said, hey, you're not even blocked. She goes, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Hey, you're okay, Gray. Oh, jeez. So what the hell was the whole problem then? Man, you know, people just, let's grow up a little bit on that shit. And this is my channel, so I can do whatever I want. If I'm bitching and moaning, I'll suffer the consequences, but I definitely don't want you guys arguing in the chat, right? I was always wondering what in the hell these guys are doing. I mean, I understand that they're walking. Are they just feeling around with their feet? I mean, it's just... I don't understand the usefulness of that. That just seems so... Wouldn't it be better to have something that has a camera that you can just put right in front of you, all of them, and you film what's on the ground right next to the camera. And then later you can review it. Yeah, so Ron Logan's property, if you're looking at this, that's it right there. Ron Logan's property is right here. Here's the cemetery, and they were found down there, and Ron Logan owns this property down here. So everyone goes, oh, it must be Ron Logan. No, it's not Ron Logan, okay? It's not Ron Logan. He doesn't look anything like the person on the bridge, the killer, the whack job, Dick, or Pac. Doesn't look anything like him. I don't know. It seems like a dumb way to do it. What, are you walking around with bare feet? How do you feel a discarded weapon under the water with boots on? That seems so not useful. Yeah, it was DIC, DIK, Delphi Indiana Killer. Thank you, Rita Schaefer. But see, LM, you continue it going. Remember how you got upset with the person in her
Because
chat?
the mods are great.
I mean, you got upset with somebody in her chat tonight because she kept talking about it. And you said, let it go, let it go. Well, look in the mirror now and say the same thing to yourself. All right? Thank you. I don't know what that means. Never liked who? Tracy? I don't. Which Tracy who? In the chat here? I don't know one. Tracy, wasn't there one like Tracy L or something like that? Oh, Tracy the mod. Oh. No, I've always liked her. What does that mean? I mean, I actually message with her sometimes on Facebook. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, yeah, just be consistent. Because if you ever say that to me again on another channel, I'm going to block you on this one. Okay, because what you did over there was stupid. You're trying to, like, be a brown noser on another channel just so you look like you're reasonable. Because you come over here on almost every show, like 50% of them, and do what you're doing tonight. Okay? So don't ever do that to me again when I'm arguing with somebody, because there's a reason I'm doing it. There's not on this one. Okay? It was stupid. You try to embarrass me, make yourself look better over there. Oh, look how reasonable I am. Oh, Gray, just let it go. This isn't your channel, by the way. Give me a break, okay? It's weird, you know, to be honest with you. Yeah. I think this is the area where, okay, this is the spot right here. This is where the teddy bears were. Right in here, watch. It was something right around in this area. So we're not at the crime scene, we're at the bend. It's right in this area. Now, notice how you can't see a teddy bear? Oh, and yeah, and any tree that has a branch making a... Oh, look, it's a cross, everybody. Look! Oh, look, there's one right here, a cross. Right there. Look right there. Oh, that's right. I think it paused here. So, of course, this is where all the teddy bears are. No, we don't do any... We don't have meetings. I've never had a meeting with all the mods. Yeah, it's never happened. But I appreciate you, mods. Thank you. So I guess that's where it stopped. So it was right before the... You know, it's... Look it. Can't you find anything you want to find in here? Like right there. Oh, ooh. I mean, you could sit there and highlight stuff and say, look at right there, everybody. That's a person in a cape. You see that at the top of their head, and then, well, it could even be somebody dressed up as a ghost. We don't know, but you You can see their head and then the thing. Yeah. So by the way, however, that right there is over here. It's right in this area. Okay. So wait, let me see. They put a huge teddy bear over here with some crosses, and yet the crime scene's way over here. Interesting. Okay. Well, I don't have much more to offer you guys tonight, unfortunately. But thank you guys for all kicking in and getting us over the normal night status. We've got a final night coming up here, or tomorrow is the 30th. That'll be the last regular day. And then we have our donation night. So we've already donated $2,000 this month. And then had another $500 as a matching, so you could say $2,500. And then we'll try to do another $1,500 on the last day. And I might just do another $500 somewhere else, and then $1,000 to the DNA. And then if we pick another case, I'll try to put the entire amount into it, if that's the case, the next month. Yeah.
All right, yay! Hey, why am I on here?
I don't know why you're on there.
I mean, hopefully you guys get something interesting out of these shows anyways, right? I mean, thank you, Paul Dickerson, for coming in and discussing your theory, but we'll do it again. Just have it all organized into a succinct story. We'll do it again, unless it's been solved since then. We won't do it if it's been solved. In the meantime, and thank you all the moderators. Thanks everybody for donating. Yeah, but hey, LM, see how you just did it again? Like you just made another comment. Now, if I was on that other channel, you would have called me out for doing the same thing. So why is it okay to do here? I don't get it. Man. All right, everybody. Thank you all for showing up tonight. We've got, believe it or not, LM was the first donation. Well, no, LM, I'm telling you the truth. Just quit talking about it. You told me to do it earlier. You do the same thing, okay? That's all I ask. Don't be a hypocrite. Here we go.
Ready? Here we go. Thank you to LM, Carrie B, Tracy, Kim A, LM, Limit, Trisha Raz, Sarah Smile, Linda Howell, D&K Rec, Kathy Freidenmaker, Carolina T, Susanna Mac Gila Padre. She said, okay, I'll join the party. Rita Schaefer, Ali Cake, One Sly Angel, Gina Burka, Amber Maiden, Cindy Leon, Honey Lee, Jim Richards, Kathy Freidenmaker, Gretchen Winrich, classical guitarist LM, Jessica Schubach, Francine, Kristen Cure, Francine, Kathy Freidenmaker, Tracy, Miss Willis, Ashley, JD, Miss Marple, Connie Lee, Plato, DC, Cheryl Stuckey, Ashley, Cheryl Stuckey, DC Upgrade, channel member, Oogla Boogla Free, Cheryl Stuckey, Kentucky Church Guy, LM, see, LM, D&K Rec, Jen Richards, Cat Eye, Rita Schaefer, Seeking Rainbow. Oh, and Ashley was a Cat Eye too.
Thank you. Awesome. And then I also mentioned that on PayPal we have Charleston Amy and also Mag. Thank you guys very much. And let's see. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anybody. And I kept hearing this other audio sound effect, but I don't know what it came from. I don't know. Interesting. You guys hear that a few times where there was like a sound effect, but then there's nothing on the screen? All right, everybody. Thank you guys very much for showing up tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I can feel the weird buzz you get from prednisone, but all right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys thought that was interesting. I thought it was a pretty cool show. You know, maybe we should go over that helicopter footage again sometime, like way detailed, like start at the beginning and then plot out every place so you guys know exactly what you're looking at. All right. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, everybody. I will, Kelly Gray. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Until next time, be safe out there.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posy.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, flag rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like a little projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a specter with a vector on his pector. With all respect, yo, just remember I've a temple fucking checker. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody, talk to you.
Crime dissector, drug detector, I'm a certified lie detector. Gonna get ya, wanna sweat ya, even crime me like an old projector. Crime collector is my nectar, but physically is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, animal is gonna be a pump protector, boom deflector, interceptor. Enemy of an inspector of a vector, on his pector, with the vector. Hey, look at that, it's Beholder! As in the eye of the.
Wow, that's so clever, Mary Lou.
Well, at least I tried, Gray.
But you took so long to say the. Like you went, in the eye of,
Gosh, Gray, you're so hypocritical. I mean, you're so technical. I mean, you're... Oh, forget it.
What do you mean, Mary Lou? Oh, how dare you. Oh, look at that. There's Beholder Vomit Face.
M-A-S-T-E-O, a G with a double E. Said I go by the unforgettable name of the man I called a Master G. Well, my name is known all over the world. All the ladies and the pretty girls. Going down in history as the baddest brother there ever could be. Now I'm feeling the highs and I'm feeling the lows. Peace out getting into your toes. You start popping your fingers and stepping your feet. Moving your body and listen, sit down. Stop doing the freak, I said damn. Right out of your seat, then you throw your hands high in the air. Rockin' with a beat, singing that air. Rockin' with a beat without a care. With the show some MCs for different. Now I'm not as tall as the rest of the gang. Rap to a beat just the same. That little face and a pound down. Now I'm a credit to the ladies that's hypnotized. On and on and on and on. Beat don't stop on the break of dawn. I said on and on and on and on. Like a hop diddy pop diddy pop diddy pop diddy diddy pop diddy pop pop. Don't just stop, I come alive, yo. Give me what you got, cause I'm guaranteed to make you stop. Say 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me when the mic, what are you waiting for? About something we did or supposed to do. You might not have heard it, or maybe you have, but when I first heard it all, it was flat. Used to get angry and all uptight, but you can say what you want to spell my name right. All I ever guilty of was rocking a house, but that's not what the rumor was all about. If you have to do, tell all your friends, and if you don't wait till you see me again this way, I can hear it from the horse's mouth. Then and there we can straighten it out. Space invaders, everybody gee! Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget to go sign up over there at the So Mean Allegedly channel. Anyways, yeah, the only side effects I get from prednisone is just the way you feel, like sort of this, irritable a little bit. What do you get, Mary Poppins? I don't have any weird side effects from it. Yeah, I'm only doing 20 milligrams. It's not that high. I've done 40 before. On my neck surgery. Yeah, but I wasn't too bad, right? In terms of grouchiness. Alright, everybody. Thank you all for showing up tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
Hey, see you later, Gray.
Well, see you later, Mary Lou.
Okay, cool. Bye.
Wow, one of the few people that was nice to me tonight. See you guys tomorrow. Be safe out there.